Chapter 1269. Great Arthur, I am willing to become your vassal god. The mother goddess of the forest bowed and said solemnly, Great Arthur, I am willing to be your vassal god. David nodded and tapped on the divine contract with his spirit, adding his own spirit to the main god's part. The mother goddess of the forest didn't hesitate either. She added her own divine sense imprint to the divine contract. Just as the sovereign and subordinate deities' imprints were completely inscribed on the divine contract, a dark golden light flashed, and David sensed the surge of the laws from the major world. The edicts of the major world were bearing witness to this divine text-divinity contract. And then, the divine text-divinity contract transformed into two dark golden streaks of energy that flew away. A dark golden energy flew into the soul fortress in David's soul space and formed a pattern. The other streak of dark golden energy entered the void, flying towards the forest mother's main body and primordial soul. David sensed the additional rune. He could clearly sense the soul of the mother goddess and give her orders through the divine contract. The binding power of the divine contract could not force the forest mother goddess to die, but could force her to do anything she could, and she could not refuse. At the same time, the divine text contract would prevent the forest mother goddess from betraying David. The price for betraying David would be the backlash of the major world's edicts, as well as the backlash of David's soul. If this was before the signing of the divine language contract, the mother goddess would only have to consider the possibility of betrayal and the backlash from the laws of the major world. However, the mother goddess of the forest discovered the terror of David's soul after officially signing the divine language contract. How is it the soul of a demigod? The vastness of the divine language contract made even her, a divine being who had ascended to godhood, a little fearful. David was a demigod who had cultivated to become a god. In theory, he shouldn't have cultivated his soul. However, the mother goddess of the forest wasn't surprised. She felt that she didn't rely on the wrong person. Although the demigod Arthur didn't seem to be very powerful, his terrifyingly powerful soul was enough to show how great his potential was. She didn't want to betray Arthur either. Her reputation had always been very good. The last time she became a vassal god, she did a perfect job until the fall of the main god and regained her freedom. The mother goddess performed an ancient vassal god ritual and said, Lord Arthur, your vassal god, the mother goddess of the forest, listens to your orders. If you have time, you can come to my small world and accept the authority of the small world. David smiled and nodded. Let's go take a look at your small world first. I have something to tell you while I'm at it. The forest mother goddess waved her hand, and a spatial tunnel appeared. David walked into the spatial tunnel. The mother goddess's body also disappeared. The level 5 bishop on the side was in a sealed state. All his senses were shut off, so he couldn't know what was happening. David walked into the spatial passage with a strong sense of curiosity. This wasn't the first time he entered Small World. The last time he entered was the small world of the god of plague, Gladstone. However, the god of plague was an insignificant god. When the god of plague was eliminated, the shrines only sent out a god's messenger to perform a god's descent. The small world of the mother goddess of the forest was green. David was standing in the center of the small world. There were large amounts of green plants beside the altar, and there were countless trees further away. The mother goddess of the forest wasn't sitting on the altar. Instead, she was standing below the altar, waiting for David. The body of the mother goddess of the forest didn't maintain its original size. It would be extremely disrespectful to meet the demigod Arthur with a 100-meter-tall body. Therefore, she shrunk her body to the size of an ordinary human. This was the small world of the mother goddess of the forest. She didn't even need any special abilities to change her divine body. She only needed a thought to do so. Of course, this also consumed the power of faith. However, the faith power needed to be consumed. The mother goddess of the forest was a bit reluctant, but she still did it. The mother goddess of the forest was still a little nervous. Although she had signed a divine contract with divine words, she still felt as if she had placed her fate in the hands of another when she opened her own small world. The mother goddess of the forest saw David observing her small world and didn't disturb David. She just stood there quietly. David frowned slightly. This small world seemed to be full of life. However, under this abundance of life, there was an obvious lack of foundation. If one were to make an analogy, it would be like the final radiance of a dying old man before his death. Especially the green plants beside the altar. They were extracting the essence of the small world. This method of planting consumed the small world as a price. Of course, the energy contained in the plants wasn't much different from that of the spiritual items. This was a spiritual item cultivation ground created by the gods. The mother goddess of the forest said proudly when she saw David observing the plants, "My lord, the resources produced here can be used by you and the black dragon Alexis for training." David waved his hand and said, "Mother goddess of the forest, don't plant these kinds of plants that consume the origin of the small world in the future. You don't have to worry about the training resources for me and the black dragon Alexis." The mother goddess of the forest couldn't help but be startled. The mother goddess of the forest was very clear about her own value. She didn't have powerful combat strength, but she could plant resources that could benefit even gods. With this ability, he was still able to obtain some protection through trade after losing the first king god, and live safely until now. But demigod Arthur, the main god she had just joined, actually didn't care about the resources she had planted. This made her a little flustered. Without any value, how could she obtain demigod Arthur's protection? "My lord, this is the authority of the small world. Take a look and see if there's anything you like in the small world. You can use it as you wish." The mother goddess of the forest had no choice but to let demigod Arthur take a look. After all, as a subordinate god, she had to hand over the authority of the small world. David took the ball of light from the mother goddess of the forest. Inside was the projection of the small world's core. He could control the small world at will. His mind connected with the ball of light, and he instantly sensed everything in the small world. 2 million believers of the mother goddess of the forest lived in the small world. These believers were in a weakened state. Weak believers meant that the small world situation wasn't optimistic. One had to know that believers entered the small world as souls, and then their bodies were reconstructed by the divine power of the small world. Under normal circumstances, this kind of reconstructed body wouldn't be affected by disease or disaster. Even if it was destroyed due to time, its soul would be reborn by the small world's reconstruction. If a small portion of the 2 million believers in the small world of the mother goddess of the forest were in a weakened state, it would be a normal situation. But if all 2 million believers were in a weakened state, it meant that the small world of the mother goddess of the forest was in great trouble. "Mother goddess of the forest, you lack the power of faith?" David turned to ask the mother goddess of the forest. "Yes, I've been sleeping for 36,000 years. Although I've been replenished by the power of faith, I've consumed even more. My small world is barely holding on, and I also have to provide resources for the other gods, so the power of faith is somewhat lacking." The mother goddess of the forest said bitterly. Not to mention the mother goddess of the forest, any of the 12 gods of the twilight of the gods were lacking the power of faith. David thought for a moment and decided, "You're my subordinate god, so you don't have to provide resources for the other gods anymore. As for the lack of power of faith, I'll first replenish a portion for you." He waved his hand, and the destruction shrines in the small world of his soul rang out. Amidst the ringing of the bell, the 4,100-year ascetics used their most impassioned voices to chant the divine book of destruction. Before, David had used up a lot of divine power to create the divine artifact, so the power of faith in the shrines of destruction was also severely lacking. But this deficiency was relative. The small world of his soul space was an extremely stable world with perfect laws, so it didn't need the power of faith to maintain its existence. Therefore, the power of faith it produced didn't need to be expended much other than when it was needed to reconstruct the soul's body. 4,100-year ascetics didn't seem like a lot, but this was the power of faith of 40 million believers. The 100-year ascetics were the essence of the believers. If it wasn't for the fact that the War Shrine's archbishop casually squandered them, Normal gods wouldn't have sent them to the battlefield. David was equivalent to snatching a third of the essence of the great world of God's 100-year believers. Don't underestimate this number. The god of war was one of the 5 great gods, and he had a fifth of the great world of God's faith. The little bit that was revealed through the gaps between his fingers was more than the total demand of the evil gods. David used the power of faith of the shrines of destruction. Due to the existence of the divine contract, his power of faith could be accepted by the mother goddess of the forest. Of course, the mother goddess of the forest could also transfer her power of faith to David. The mother goddess of the forest never thought that she would receive the support of the power of faith from demigod Arthur. She didn't think highly of the demigod Arthur now, but the Arthur after he became a god. But what happened in front of her shocked the mother goddess of the forest. Boundless power of faith poured out from the void in front of demigod Arthur and merged into the small world. The fact that this power of faith could be accepted by the mother goddess of the forest meant that this power of faith belonged to demigod Arthur. But demigod Arthur was a demigod who cultivated to become a god. How could he have so much faith? How many believers did he need to reach this level? What was even more terrifying was that this method of using large amounts of power of faith meant that demigod Arthur either had his own shrines or his own small world. The mother goddess of the forest could swear on her proudest senses that demigod Arthur didn't have any characteristics of a demigod who became a god. Mother goddess of the forest, this channel will be open for 10 days. I could have given you more power of faith, but I tried to make a divine artifact and wasted a lot of divine power. Of course, if this isn't enough, I'll think of something else for you. David said with a smile. 10 days of power of faith in the small world of the soul space wasn't enough for David. He found a better way to make divine artifacts, and he didn't need the power of faith in the small world of the soul space. Now that the mother goddess of the forest had joined him, he naturally had to make sure that the small world of the mother goddess of the forest could operate normally. To be honest, David didn't need the mother goddess of the forest to do anything. The black dragon Alexis had told him about the mother goddess of the forest. She was a god who was good at planting, so perhaps she could be useful in the future. Even if she wasn't useful, accepting a vassal god wasn't that big of a deal. David had a lot of fighting gods, so it wasn't a big deal that the mother goddess of the forest wasn't good at fighting. Feeling the small world regaining its vitality, the mother goddess of the forest was excited. The mother goddess of the forest wanted to join demigod Arthur in exchange for resources, but not only did demigod Arthur not ask for resources, he even provided her with power of faith. In order to survive, the mother goddess of the forest had to provide the other 11 gods with resources. This was also why she couldn't bear it and wanted to leave the twilight of the gods. After the power of faith entered her small world, the first thing the mother goddess of the forest did was to use a portion of the power of faith to restore the bodies of her 2 million followers. These 2 million believers were her foundation. After the 2 million believers were reborn, the mother goddess of the forest's nervous heart was finally at ease. If these 2 million followers fell, the small world of the mother goddess of the forest would enter a vicious cycle. The mother goddess of the forest had heard about gods before. When the followers of the small world lost the support of the power of faith, they couldn't be revived after death. This caused the small world's power of faith to decrease until the small world finally collapsed. The mother goddess of the forest said emotionally, "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. The power of faith has revived my small world." David waved his hand and said, "I can't find any followers for you, but you don't have to worry too much about the power of faith. I'll think of a way to get some divine power crystals in the future." David was thinking about the power of faith in the bug world. Now that the 2 emperor inheritance patterns were being used, when they were free, he could use the god statues in the destruction shrines in the bug world to convert the divine power of the inheritance patterns into divine power crystals. The bug world couldn't do this because they didn't have god statues, but David could. Chapter 1270. The power of faith that poured in from the void allowed the forest mother goddess to have the power of faith to repair the small world. All this time, The mother goddess of the forest small world had many small problems due to the lack of power of faith. The accumulation of these small problems could lead to big problems. The mother goddess of the forest was aware of these problems, but she couldn't deal with them. The mother goddess of the forest was busy picking out ingredients from the plants she planted to serve demigod Arthur. Of course, this didn't affect her from repairing the small world. Because of the power of faith, demigod Arthur had to stay in the mother goddess of the forest's small world for 10 days. The mother goddess of the forest didn't have any complaints. To be honest, as long as the power of faith was maintained, she was willing to use the best ingredients to serve demigod Arthur so that he could stay as long as possible. David wasn't doing nothing either. He was studying the structure of the small world. Although he had his own small world, his small world was no longer a small world of gods due to the world tree. For example, the small world of the mother goddess of the forest was directly related to the power of the mother goddess of the forest. There were plants everywhere. Apart from the resource plants, the other plants were used to maintain and strengthen the mother goddess of the forest's natural ability. The small world had an obvious increase in natural ability, but the other rules were very weak. The mother goddess of the forest had already started to make food. Her cooking skills were still top-notch, and this was related to her experience. The previous main god liked delicious food, so the mother goddess of the forest spent a part of her energy studying cooking in order to please the main god. The thinking ability of gods was extremely terrifying. Once they studied a skill, they could naturally push it to the peak. In addition, the ingredients the mother goddess of the forest planted were essentially no different from spiritual plants, so the food she made was naturally better. The mother goddess of the forest pointed with her finger, and a bunch of vines rose from the ground. The vines quickly grew and automatically turned into a table and chair. The mother goddess of the forest placed the 10 dishes she had cooked on the table. Although demigod Arthur didn't need any resources, he still wanted to show his value. Otherwise, a worthless subordinate god would make him feel uneasy. The mother goddess of the forest smiled at David. "Sir, please try the specialty of the small world. My cooking was extremely famous in the era of gods." "All right, I'd like to try your cooking." David was also a person who loved food. Previously, he had always eaten the food he cooked. This time, he wanted to see how much of a difference there was between his cooking and that of a god's. The mother goddess of the forest had only prepared a single chair. It was obvious that she wanted David to eat alone. David didn't stand on ceremony. He had provided the forest mother goddess with the power of faith she needed the most, so it was only right for her to receive him. He didn't recognize any of the dishes on the table. They were all carefully cultivated by the mother goddess of the forest and had been improved for countless generations in the small world. After tasting the first dish, David's eyes lit up. This dish was even more delicious than the dishes he had cooked. It should be known that although David's culinary skills were high, the increase in the taste of his dishes was mostly due to the trace of undying life force added to them. After using the undying life force, which was a precious item that was extremely tempting to any life form, his dishes reached the pinnacle. The forest mother goddess, on the other hand, was different. She used ingredients that contained natural energy to create dishes that tasted better than David's. David tasted one dish after another, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. The mother goddess of the forest looked at David's expression and felt extremely happy. If a god was satisfied, it meant that she had value. In the next few days, the mother goddess of the forest followed demigod Arthur's request and reduced the scope of the plants she planted in the small world to those she needed to grow ingredients. Although the plants needed to grow ingredients also consumed the origin of the small world, David didn't stop her. He could see that the mother goddess of the forest was doing her best to act as a vassal god. As for the origin that was consumed, it could be recovered by replenishing more power of faith in the future. The mother goddess of the forest received many contact requests from other gods, but she had already become a vassal god of demigod Arthur, so she naturally wouldn't contact the other gods of the dusk. She even sent out a divine decree that all the believers of the mother goddess of the forest and the gods of the dusk quietly left the gods of the dusk. The mother goddess of the forest also understood why the gods of the dusk were contacting her. These few days, she should send resources to the other gods. David stayed in the small world of the mother goddess of the forest for 8 days. The small world now felt very different compared to before. There was vitality everywhere in the small world, and every leaf was emerald green as if it had been washed by water. Beautiful flowers could be seen everywhere. In the past, the mother goddess of the forest wouldn't be willing to let the flowers bloom all the time, as it would consume her power of faith. The mother goddess of the forest was in a very good mood, and she entertained demigod Arthur with all sorts of delicacies every day. David, who was eating, suddenly felt an alarm from the small world. He couldn't help but be stunned. He had heard that the small world was the most private space of the gods. Only a main god like him had the right to enter the small world of a vassal god. Otherwise, the other gods wouldn't even know the location of the small world. The mother goddess of the forest appeared beside David and cried out in horror, "My lord, an enemy has invaded." David wasn't worried at all and said in a deep voice, "What are you panicking for? No matter who the enemy is, let's take a look first." The mother goddess of the forest then remembered that the demigod Arthur had the black dragon Alexis to protect him. When they entered the small world, David put the black dragon Alexis into the divine artifact space card. After all, this was the mother goddess of the forest's small world. It was her first time coming here without the black dragon Alexis, so she wouldn't feel embarrassed. The mother goddess of the forest sensed and said in surprise, "I don't know which god actually knows the location of my small world. He has moved it here and is preparing to fight over it." Although the mother goddess of the forest's small world had stopped here for tens of thousands of years and hadn't moved, it was still impossible to find her small world. It was just that the previous main god knew the location of her small world. The mother goddess of the forest was very sure of this. Could it be that when the previous main god died, he left behind information about the small world? The mother goddess of the forest quickly thought of a possibility. The more the mother goddess of the forest thought about it, the more likely it was. She had never considered this possibility before. However, since the small world had been discovered, there was only one possibility. Due to the lack of faith, the mother goddess of the forest hadn't moved her small world after losing the first main god. It was too late to regret now. Since the enemy was prepared and had moved the small world here, it was too late to move it now. Moving a small world required a large number of nodes to be activated, and it took a lot of time to go from being still to being accelerated. Since the enemy's small world had entered the scanning range of the small world, it was unavoidable to come into contact with it. The 11 gods of the Twilight of the Gods had recently discovered the abnormalities of the mother goddess of the forest. First, all the believers of the mother goddess of the forest in the Twilight of the Gods had disappeared. They said they were going to carry out a mission from the mother goddess of the forest, but they couldn't be contacted after that. If it was just one believer of the mother goddess of the forest, it was normal that they couldn't contact her. However, if all the believers of the mother goddess of the forest couldn't be contacted, then there was a problem. In addition, it was time for the mother goddess of the forest to hand over the training resources. Perhaps the mother goddess of the forest would be late by a day or two, but all the gods realized that they couldn't contact her. This shouldn't have happened at all. The connection between the gods was through a special method of communication between each other's small worlds. The main body of a god wouldn't leave the small world. As long as the god wasn't asleep or dead, there shouldn't be a situation where they couldn't be contacted. When the gods of the Twilight of the Gods discovered the abnormalities of the mother goddess of the forest, they were both puzzled and angry. They were puzzled because they found it strange that the mother goddess of the forest would be so bold as to default on the promised resources. They were angry because the mother goddess of the forest had received the protection of the Twilight of the Gods, but she didn't fulfill her obligations. The gods of the Twilight of the Gods were researching how to clean up the believers of the mother goddess of the forest. After tens of thousands of years of interaction, the Twilight of the Gods was very clear about the distribution of believers of the mother goddess of the forest. Although the believers of the mother goddess of the forest were hidden, they still needed to come in contact with the outside world to replenish their supplies. As long as they showed themselves, they wouldn't be able to escape the twilight of the gods. Of course, there was one god that had a different idea. That was the god of shadows. The god of shadows had a secret. By chance, a believer of the god of shadows found the ruins of the old god and sacrificed the discovery of the ruins to the god of shadows. Within the ruins of the old god was the location of the mother goddess of the forest's small world. The god of shadows didn't know why the location of the mother goddess of the forest's small world was within the ruins of the old god. The reason for this matter was no longer clear after the fall of the old god. After the god of shadows obtained the location of the mother goddess of the forest's small world, he also had a plan to take over the small world of the mother goddess of the forest. However, due to the changes in the situation, the 12 gods formed an alliance in order to resist the 5 great gods. Although the god of shadows didn't immediately deal with the mother goddess of the forest, his small world had moved to a position very close to the mother goddess of the forest's small world. The sudden disappearance of the mother goddess of the forest meant that she had left the alliance. The god of shadows decided to use this opportunity to take over the small world of the mother goddess of the forest. The god of shadows' loss this time wasn't small. 500 believers, a god's messenger, and a statue. These losses made his heart ache. If he could take over the small world of the mother goddess of the forest, he could make up for these losses. He could also integrate the small world of the mother goddess of the forest into his own small world and let it grow. More importantly, if he obtained the small world of the mother goddess of the forest, even if the war between the dragons and the 5 great gods went out of control, the god of shadows could rely on the benefits of the small world of the forest to directly enter a deep sleep and avoid the chaos of the great world of God. The god of shadows' plan was very good. He wasn't worried about the mother goddess of the forest's battle strength at all. In the age of the gods, the mother goddess of the forest was famous for her low battle strength. If she hadn't taken the initiative to find a main god to rely on, she would have already fallen in the age of the gods. Later, after the main god fell, she continuously displayed the ability to cultivate plant resources in exchange for protection. The reason the mother goddess of the forest was able to enter the alliance of the 12 gods was because the other gods fancied this ability of hers. It took a lot of faith power to drive the small world to travel through the special space layer. This made the god of shadows heartache. In order to expand the faith of the Interstellar Federation, he injected a lot of faith power into the statue. The god of shadows murmured, "This is all supplemented by the small world of the mother goddess of the forest." In the small world of the god of shadows, tens of millions of believers were crawling on the ground and continuously chanting the book of the god of shadows. Tens of millions of believers were the accumulation of the god of shadows. Many of them were lost in the deep sleep. It was already very good that so many of them were preserved. In the sky of the small world of the god of shadows, there were more than 1,000 shadows flashing by. These were all level 5 world guardians. The god of shadows transformed every level 5 soul into a combat shadow according to his needs. In the environment of his small world, the combat power of the combat shadow even exceeded the legendary rank. The most important thing was that the level 5 combat shadow was immortal. As long as the god of shadows still had faith power, the level 5 combat shadow could be resurrected infinitely. The Small World War was a special kind of war between gods. This kind of war rarely happened. The main reason was that when small worlds collided with each other, they needed to know the specific location of the opponent's small world. This was very difficult to obtain. The Small World War was the most dangerous war because once 2 small worlds collided, the 2 gods had no way out. They could only fight to the death. The living ones had everything in the 2 small worlds. The dead ones could only escape into the space turbulence and sink forever in the endless space. The Small World War was both an opportunity and a dangerous path of destruction. Chapter 1271. What giant dragons! What great world of God! As long as I get the small world of the mother goddess of the forest, it has nothing to do with me. The god of shadow looked at the small world of the mother goddess of the forest and said in a deep voice, although the battle for the small world was dangerous, if the opponent was the mother goddess of the forest, the danger would be minimized. With a wave of his hand, the god of shadow changed into a set of divine, close-fitting black armor covered in fine scales. In his hands were two long daggers, which were also divine artifacts. The mother goddess of the forest was very nervous, but with demigod Arthur here, the mother goddess of the forest saw how calm demigod Arthur was, and her nervousness lessened a little. "My lord, do you think we should summon Black Dragon Alexis?" The mother goddess of the forest carefully reminded. This was what the mother goddess of the forest was most worried about. Demigod Arthur still hadn't summoned the Black Dragon Alexis, so she couldn't really be at ease when she couldn't see the Black Dragon Alexis. Mother goddess of the forest, don't worry. Be careful of the god of shadow. Since he dared to come here, we can't let him escape. David said with a smile. When the god of plague Gladstone fell, because the shrines were in charge, David wasn't able to obtain the body of the god of plague Gladstone. After that, although David obtained many divine bodies, he didn't obtain the body of a deity. This was an opportunity, and David wouldn't let it go. David was ready for battle as well. He was equipped with his divine knight armor and divine knight battle sword. A pair of energy wings spread out from his back, and 6 divine reaper chains danced in the air. The mother goddess of the forest saw David's preparations, and a green battle dress appeared on her body. In her hand was a wooden staff. David glanced and found that the green battle dress wasn't as good as the one the mother goddess of the forest was wearing. However, the previous one didn't have much defensive power. It was more beautiful and had a buff effect on plants. The green battle dress had some defensive power. It could be seen that the mother goddess of the forest didn't have much battle experience, which was why she made the strongest divine artifact into a support divine artifact. However, the mother goddess of the forest seemed to be able to fight for a while. At least her aura was still very strong. David's body flashed and disappeared. This small world belonged to the mother goddess of the forest. When a mother goddess of the forest gave David the authority of the small world, everything in this small world was open to David. David didn't even need a special divine artifact to hide his aura. He could hide his aura just by relying on the laws of the small world. Mother goddess of the forest of the forest of the forest was mother goddess of the forest of the forest was god of the forest with god of the forest. The demigod Arthur was hiding in the area where the two small worlds were about to meet. This made the forest mother goddess feel more at ease. The small world of the mother goddess of the forest shook violently, causing many trees to fall down. Most of the 2 million believers were also shaken to the ground. After the 2 million believers fell to the ground, they didn't panic or hesitate and immediately sat up again. They devoutly prostrated themselves on the ground and loudly chanted the divine book of the mother goddess of the forest. The two small worlds collided, and the force of the collision caused the two small worlds to partially overlap and connect. The laws collided with each other, causing the small area where the two small worlds overlapped to be constantly entangled with each other. At the same time, the two laws constantly released a huge amount of energy, causing everything in this small area to be annihilated. However, neither the god of shadows nor the mother goddess of the forest had the time to pay attention to this loss. Their gazes shifted from their small worlds to the small world opposite them. This kind of opportunity to look directly at another god in a small world was too rare, which made the two gods feel a little strange. Mother goddess of the forest, go into self-exile, the god of shadows said in a deep voice. The god of shadows' voice was like thunder, but after passing through the overlapping area, his voice was suppressed by the laws of the mother goddess of the forest's small world and became less shocking. The so-called self-exile was a god abandoning the small world and entering the space turbulence. This was equivalent to suicide, but it would preserve more soul energy, which was a little more hope than eternal sleep. The god of shadows didn't persuade the mother goddess of the forest to surrender and become his subordinate god. The god of shadows and the mother goddess of the forest knew very well that the god of shadows' ability alone wouldn't be able to support the two gods. No matter how harsh it was to accept the mother goddess of the forest as his subordinate god, at the very least, he had to ensure the survival of the mother goddess of the forest. The mother goddess of the forest naturally knew what the god of shadows was thinking and rebuked him. God of shadows, even if I die, I won't give you a complete small world. The god of shadows was worried that the war would damage the small world. After all, the god of shadows already considered the small world of the mother goddess of the forest his own. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that your small world would have so much faith power. The god of shadows also discovered the difference in the small world of the mother goddess of the forest. The god of shadows sensed the situation of the faith power in the small world of the mother goddess of the forest. It didn't seem like a small world that had just woken up from its slumber. The faith power flowing in the space had formed clouds of faith power. The plants on the ground were also nourished by the faith power and were full of vitality. The god of shadows was a little jealous of the extravagance of the mother goddess of the forest's small world. After these sleeping gods woke up, even if they had excess faith power, they would use it carefully, afraid of wasting a little. From the situation of the mother goddess of the forest's small world, the god of shadows was sure that the mother goddess of the forest had an extremely large reserve of faith power. Without a large reserve of faith power, how could the mother goddess of the forest have the confidence to squander it like this? You want to resist me with this battle power? The god of shadows said with a sarcastic tone. The god of shadows looked at the 52 level 5 world guardians. They were all level 5 world guardians, but the god of shadows had more than 1,000 level 5 world guardians. Their battle power couldn't be compared. Look at the level 5 world guardians of the mother goddess of the forest. They were all like farmers, and the weapons in their hands were also farming tools. According to the mother goddess of the forest battle power, she had never thought of fighting against a powerful god. Therefore, she didn't use the level 5 world guardians for battle. Instead, she used them for planting. In her opinion, the level 5 world guardians were better at planting than ordinary believers. They could cast some divine spells for her and reduce her workload. Now, when the small world battle was about to begin, this kind of arrangement seemed particularly shabby. The level 5 world guardians of the shadow god fluttered around him, like demons ready to devour humans. On the other hand, the level 5 world guardians of the mother goddess of the forest were like ordinary people who were being bullied. God of shadows, come and try, the mother goddess of the forest said in a deep voice. The mother goddess of the forest wanted the god of shadows to step into her small world and let the demigod Arthur, who was hiding in the small world, attack. Who knew that the god of shadows would only keep talking and didn't take any action. This made the mother goddess of the forest anxious. Mother goddess of the forest, you have to think of the consequences. If you don't take the initiative to exile yourself, I won't let you die so easily. I will torture your soul for 10,000 years. The god of shadows wanted to ensure that he could obtain a complete small world, so he kept threatening. At the same time, the god of shadows was very happy. The harvest this time will be very rich. The mother goddess of the forest didn't speak anymore. She waved her hand, and vines appeared. They formed a thick wall of vines outside the overlapping small worlds. She used her actions to respond to the god of shadows' words. She wouldn't give in. The god of shadows shook his head and helplessly ordered, "Then let's fight." 1,000 level 5 combat shadows flew out. Even though the mother goddess of the forest was weak, the god of shadows didn't act rashly. He chose to use the level 5 combat shadows to test the strength of the mother goddess of the forest. 1,000 level 5 combat shadows flew into the overlapping area of the two small worlds. After arriving here, their bodies became illusory. When they entered the small world of the mother goddess of the forest, they completely disappeared. These 5th rank combat shadows entered the shadow space, which was a separate layer of space from the main space. Although the mother goddess of the forest wasn't strong, she was still a deity. The level 5 combat shadows entered her small world. In her small world, all the rules were under her control. The level 5 combat shadows' invisibility had no effect on the mother goddess of the forest. Long vines extended from the wall of vines and grabbed in the void. A level 5 combat shadow was grabbed out of the shadow space. Then, even more vines stretched out and grabbed the level 5 combat shadows from the shadow space. Seeing that invisibility was useless, the level 5 combat shadows also appeared in front of the wall of vines. When they appeared, they triggered a full-force attack. The attacks fell on the wall of vines, and the vines that were attacked were smashed into pieces. Holes appeared in the wall of vines. Some level 5 combat shadows were fast and went through the holes. Some were a step slower, and the vines quickly filled up the holes. The level 5 combat shadows fearlessly rushed towards the mother goddess of the forest. They didn't care about the huge difference in level at all. David, who was invisible on the side, saw everything clearly. Even though these level 5 combat shadows were only level 5, every time they attacked, they carried the power of law from the god of shadows. Even the wall of vines that the mother goddess of the forest used for defense had the rule of the mother goddess of the forest, so the level 5 combat shadows couldn't escape. Whether it was the level 5 combat shadows or the vines, they were all an extension of the bodies of the two gods. Or it could be said that the two small worlds were tightly connected to the divine bodies of the two gods and couldn't be separated. Every attack in the small world carried the rule of the gods. The mother goddess of the forest was also a little angry. The level 5 combat shadows attack was too provocative. She waved the staff in her hand, and a row of trees seemed to come alive. The branches were like flexible whips, whipping towards the level 5 combat shadows in the air. David had really seen the combat power of the mother goddess of the forest. Saying that the mother goddess of the forest combat power was weak was praising her. The ability to control plants was indeed very good, but the problem was that at the level of gods, what kind of plants could fight against gods? Controlling plants couldn't fight against gods at all. Of course, it was good against weaker enemies. At least a lot of level 5 combat shadows were sent flying by the branches. At this moment, a level 5 combat shadow, wrapped around the vines, finally couldn't withstand the entanglement of the vines, and the level 5 combat shadow's body collapsed. Although the level 5 combat shadow's body was strengthened by the small world and surpassed a normal level 5, its defense was still a little weak against the rule of the attack. The god of shadow didn't care about the level 5 combat shadow's casualties. With his own small world here, he didn't care about the level 5 combat shadow's casualties at all. Once a level 5 combat shadow died, its soul would automatically return to the god of shadow's small world and be resurrected by the power of faith in the small world. After the resurrection, the level 5 combat shadow's combat power would be restored to its strongest state and continue to fight. This was why the god of shadow wanted to use a level 5 combat shadow to test the combat power of the mother goddess of the forest. A level 5 combat shadow was an immortal existence. At most, it would consume a bit of the power of faith of the god of shadow. Since he was about to get a huge amount of power of faith from the mother goddess of the forest, the god of shadow was still willing to pay for it. But something unexpected happened. After the level 5 combat shadow's body collapsed into pieces, the level 5 soul flew out and was about to return to the god of shadow's small world. With such a short distance, with the speed of a level 5 soul, it could return through the connection between the level 5 soul and the god of shadow's small world in less than a breath. However, after the level 5 soul appeared, it seemed to be affected by some power. It paused for a moment and then disappeared. The god of shadow didn't sense the return of the level 5 combat shadow soul. He was stunned. Unless it was a god who had a strong understanding of souls, a normal god wouldn't be able to capture the level 5 combat shadow soul at all. What the god of shadow didn't know was that the shadow attendant hidden in the space layer had already swallowed the level 5 combat shadow soul. Chapter 1272. The god of shadow's heart skipped a beat. He could afford to lose a level 5 combat shadow. But what the god of shadow didn't expect was that the forest mother goddess's small world had the ability to capture souls. He quickly ordered all the level 5 combat shadows to return. At the same time, he moved his divine body and approached the forest mother goddess's small world. The forest mother goddess found that killing the level 5 combat shadow made the god of shadow anxious. The forest mother goddess wanted the god of shadow to enter her small world as soon as possible. In a small world battle, if one didn't want to slowly exhaust one another, one side had to enter the other side's small world to fight. This involved the suppression of the rules. The gods fighting on their home ground would receive some assistance, while the gods fighting away from home would be suppressed. The forest mother goddess wanted the god of shadow to enter her small world so that the demigod Arthur could launch an explosive attack. So the forest mother goddess didn't hold back anymore. She mobilized a large amount of divine power, and vines rushed out of the ground and towards the sky. The level 5 combat shadows were blocked by the dense net of vines. Once the vines came into contact with the level 5 combat shadows, they would be entangled. In just a few breaths, more than 200 level 5 combat shadows were entangled by the sudden all-out attack. The forest mother goddess also consumed a large amount of divine power in a short period of time, but the results were gratifying. More than 200 level 5 combat shadows were struggling in a net of vines like insects caught in a spider's web. The god of shadow couldn't take it anymore. These level 5 combat shadows were his accumulation for thousands of years. Not only were they powerful, but they could also provide him with a large amount of power of faith. The stronger the soul, the more power of faith it would produce under the same level of devotion. Especially after reaching level 5, the soul would undergo a qualitative change and form the soul origin. The power of faith it produced would also increase by many times. Although he had paid a hefty price, the god of shadows could tell that the forest mother god's strength wasn't up to par. Just like the legends, the forest mother goddess had no combat power among the gods. Of course, this so-called lack of combat power didn't apply to those who weren't gods. Given the power of the mother goddess of the forest, if she encountered an ordinary demigod, she would be able to crush the demigod with her divine body alone. She wouldn't even need to use her special abilities. The shadow god's nearly 200-meter-long body hovered in the air, first arriving at the area where the two small worlds overlapped. A ferocious look appeared on his face. To him, slaying a god was a feat worth bragging about. The god of shadow was already thinking that he would record today's grand victory in his divine book and let every believer sing and proclaim it. The divine body flew to the edge of the small world of the forest mother, but it didn't stop and continued to fly into the small world of the forest mother. In an instant, the god of shadows sensed the rejection from the forest mother god's small world. This rejection was a kind of hostility that came from the small world's laws towards the powerful beings of the outside world. Unfortunately, the mother goddess of the forest was a little weak. The suppression from the rejection of the small world was within the god of shadows' expectations. The god of shadows hovered above the small world of the forest mother in an ostentatious manner. The black mist on his body expanded outwards, forcibly polluting the natural aura of the forest mother. He didn't even need to make a move. As long as the black mist expanded to cover the entire small world, the forest mother would be finished. The god of shadows had already seen through the forest mother's attacks. That ability to manipulate nature didn't even have the ability to harm the god of shadows' divine body. The reason why the god of shadows didn't rush up to fight the forest mother was that he was afraid of destroying the small world of the forest mother. He would use shadow energy to pollute the small world of the forest mother. If he succeeded, he would be able to completely take over the small world of the forest mother. At this moment, David slowly moved under the shadow god. He used his innate ability, underground sneak, to travel underground in the forest mother god's small world. His spirit entered the divine artifact space card, but he didn't choose the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis was indeed very powerful, but if the Black Dragon Alexis were to fight the god of shadows, the small world of the forest mother would be greatly damaged. Among all of David's god-level fighting powers, the The most powerful one was his battle body avatar. It was the perfect fighting machine and the most suitable godly body for the god of war's talent ability. After grasping the god of war's talent ability, David discovered the terror of battle bodies. The battle body was a top god-level fighting power. After completing the battle technique, David was even confident that he could fight the god of war to a draw with his battle body alone. The battle body avatar suddenly appeared in the air. The 200-meter battle body avatar appeared right next to the god of shadows. The god of shadows immediately realized that something was wrong. It was about to react, but it was already too late. The god of shadows couldn't be blamed. The god of shadows was just a god that had become a god through faith. Although it had a certain amount of close-range fighting power, the god of shadows' close-range fighting power was similar to a sneak attack. It wasn't a real close-range fight. Not to mention, the god of shadows was facing a battle body. The Bug Queen had used up tens of thousands of years of bug geniuses to assemble the strongest battle body. The battle body avatar didn't need David's command at all. As long as David gave the order, the battle body avatar would attack according to the theory of the god of war's talent ability. Before the avatar appeared, the 6 forelimbs were already in the stage of accumulating power. The moment they appeared, the 6 forelimbs shot out so fast that even the god of shadows' telepathic mind couldn't detect them. The 6 forelimbs pierced the god of shadows' godly body. The god of shadows' arms, shoulders, and lower abdomen were all pierced by the forelimbs. The huge force, along with the battle body avatar's impact, slammed the god of shadows' godly body to the ground. The god of shadows was dumbfounded. It didn't understand what had happened. How could its godly armor be as weak as a piece of paper? The 6 forelimbs restrained the god of shadows for a short time. David didn't know what special abilities the god of shadows had. He was worried that if the 6 forelimbs didn't kill the god of shadows, it might trigger the god of shadows to self-destruct. Facing the god of shadows that had survived the age of the gods, David didn't dare to let his guard down at all. The mother goddess of the forest had been telling David how terrifying the god of shadows was through her connection with the main god. Therefore, David's battle plan wasn't to put the god of shadows into a state of near death immediately. Instead, he wanted the god of shadows to keep it under control. As long as it wasn't in an environment of absolute death, the god of shadows wouldn't use any means of self-destruction. The god of war of the great world of God was terrifying. In order to prevent any powerful life form from counterattacking before death, the god of war made the godly weapon knight's sword. This godly weapon had a built-in lethal effect. No matter how powerful a life form was, once the godly weapon knight's sword pierced its vital point, the lethal effect would be triggered. David on the ground was holding the godly weapon knight's sword in his hand. If he hadn't become a demigod, it would have been impossible for him to break through the godly weapon and the godly body of the god of shadows with the godly weapon knight's sword in his hand. However, after attaining the demigod body, David could be said to have truly mastered the law of destruction. When the avatar slammed the god of shadows into the ground with its 6 forelimbs, David activated the rule of destruction. This was the first time David had unleashed his full power after attaining the demigod body. Just as he activated the energy of the law of destruction throughout his body, he sensed that time and space around him had stopped. The avatar pressed the god of shadows down. The god of shadows' face was still in shock, and even the soil that had been stirred up by the collision stopped moving. The rule of destruction wrapped around the surface of David's godly weapon knight's sword and pierced through the god of shadows' body. The godly weapon scale armor couldn't even stop it for a moment before it was pierced. The godly weapon knight's sword continued to pierce the godly body of the god of shadows. The skin and muscles of the godly body couldn't stop the terrible destructive power of the rule of destruction. When the godly weapon knight's sword entered the body of the god of shadows, it turned into a 10-meter-long giant sword. Under the push of David, it pierced the heart of the god of shadows. When the godly weapon knight's sword pierced the skin and entered the muscles, the god of shadows had already reacted. He wanted to struggle, but his entire godly body was completely suppressed by the avatar. All his points of strength were controlled by the Avatar, so he couldn't exert any strength at all. The god of shadows wanted to unleash his godly power, but the godly power in his body was fighting against the godly power in the Avatar's 6 forelimbs. In order to detonate the godly power, he had to mobilize his godly power again. The main reason was that the time David gave the god of shadows was too short. It was so short that when the god of shadows realized that he had been struck to the ground, a long sword had mysteriously appeared a little away from his heart. This made it impossible for the god of shadows to put up an effective struggle. The godly weapon knight's sword's fatal effect was triggered. The moment the god of shadows' body fell, he immediately chose to escape with his soul. A strange tunnel appeared in space, and the soul of the god of shadows wanted to leave the godly body and enter it. However, the shadow attendant was faster and pounced on the soul of the god of shadows. The soul of the god of shadows couldn't even resist before it was devoured by the shadow attendant. David sensed that after the godly weapon knight's sword pierced the godly body of the god of shadows and caused the fatal effect, the energy in the godly body wanted to leak out. He didn't know what would happen if the energy in the godly body leaked out, so he immediately put the godly body of the god of shadows into his dimension pendant. In the dimension pendant, time was still, and the godly body of the god of shadows wouldn't change at all. The battle ended in a short 2 breaths of time, but the nearby forest mother goddess was completely stunned. The forest mother goddess imagined the scene of demigod Arthur summoning the black dragon Alexis to fight the god of shadows. It would be a difficult battle. The forest mother goddess could even imagine the destruction of the small world. Even if she won, it would take her a long time to repair the small world. However, she didn't expect the battle to end so easily. Most importantly, demigod Arthur didn't summon the black dragon Alexis. In other words, everyone in the great world of God, including the 5 gods, misunderstood demigod Arthur's true power. Everyone thought that the black dragon Alexis was demigod Arthur's strongest combat power. Who knew that demigod Arthur had godly combat power that was even more terrifying than the black dragon Alexis? Even though the forest mother goddess wasn't good at fighting, she still had foresight. After tens of thousands of years, she had seen many godly bodies and godly bodies. Most of them were humanoid godly bodies because the great world of God had already developed a perfect humanoid combat system. When the gods created their godly bodies, they would prioritize humanoid godly bodies. Most importantly, if the godly body wasn't humanoid, it would affect the faith of ordinary humans. Ordinary humans would find it difficult to accept a non-humanoid god. Only those who were proficient in close combat and had cultivated to the level of gods could use special divine bodies, just like the giant dragons. The giant dragons were born for battle. The giant dragons had an inherited fighting style for close combat, and with the continuous strengthening of the dragon body, the giant dragons had a certain advantage in close combat. When the forest mother goddess saw the battle avatar, her first impression was that it was perfect. Every part of the battle avatar's godly body was in line with the strongest battle fantasy of a god. This was especially true for the 6 front limbs. Even a mother god of the forest couldn't clearly sense the process of the 6 front limbs stabbing at the god of shadows in her own small world. From this, one could see how unfathomable the speed of the 6 front limbs were. This was only a part of the perfect godly body. Although the battle avatar's appearance was strange, it was a suitable choice for battle. This is a body specially made for close combat. The mother goddess of the forest evaluated. After 2 breaths, the battle ended. The god of shadow had fallen. The forest mother goddess still couldn't believe it until the end of the battle. The powerful god of shadow had fallen in just 2 breaths. The terrifying existence that threatened her small world had been taken care of so easily. Everything seemed so unreal. Chapter 1273. After the death of the shadow god, the small world of the shadow god lost its master's control. The originally dark world started to crumble bit by bit. As time passed, the speed of the crumbling increased. David didn't want the small world to crumble in front of him. This was a small world that had been operated for tens of thousands of years. Even if he had a lot of resources, it would still take a long time to rebuild it. Mother Goddess of the Forest, help me stabilize the small world of the Shadow God, David said to the Mother Goddess of the Forest. Yes, my lord. The Mother Goddess of the Forest was awakened by David's words and quickly responded respectfully. At this moment, the Mother Goddess of the Forest's attitude towards David was even more humble than before. In this large world, strength was the foundation of everything. When David had the Black Dragon Alexis, David's status was equivalent to the power of a god-level fighter and a demigod with great potential. When David showed his battle body avatar, his status also increased. He was a deity who could instantly kill the Shadow God, which was enough to make the Forest Mother Goddess feel even more awe and reverence. David had learned the path of shepherding and understood the situation of small worlds. He waved his hand and entered the small world of the Shadow God with his body avatar in front and himself at the back. The body avatar didn't even need to do anything as it moved. Just by relying on its peak god-level aura, it killed all the level 5 combat shadows that had lost their god spirit. The shadow attendant flew out and absorbed the souls of all the level 5 combat shadows. David wouldn't let go of level 5 souls that were helpful to David. After the body avatar entered the small world of the Shadow God, the suffocating aura in the small world automatically separated. It was forcefully repelled by the body avatar's aura. The tens of millions of believers in the small world were all pressed to the ground by the body avatar's aura and couldn't move at all. David came to the center of the small world. There was a huge throne there. Generally speaking, the main core of a small world would be placed on the throne. This was where the gods usually sat. The sleeping gods would even sit on the throne for tens of thousands of years. To David, this divine throne was simply too big. Fortunately, he didn't need to sit on the throne. His spirit wrapped around the throne and found the main core of the small world. His spirit imprint was imprinted on the main core. The entire small world suddenly became quiet, and the believers who wanted to struggle also stopped moving. It was not easy to leave a mark on the main core of a small world, but David's soul was already stronger than most gods, and with the death of the master of the small world, the Shadow God, it was even easier. The Mother Goddess of the Forest followed David into the small world. She had no intention of controlling the small world. It was the spoils of war of the demigod Arthur. He sent the divine runes drawn with divine power into the small world of the god of shadow, and the small world that had been constantly collapsing gradually recovered. Because the battle had happened too quickly, neither the small world of the Mother Goddess of the Forest nor the god of shadow's small world suffered any damage. David sensed the small world of the god of shadow through the main core. The situation wasn't very good. The power of faith in the small world was severely lacking. There were almost no decorations in the small world, and it was completely bare. It wasn't that the god of shadow didn't have good taste, but that he didn't want to waste the power of faith. In the past few days, David had given all the power of faith in the small world of his soul to the Mother Goddess of the Forest. He didn't have any extra power of faith. However, this wasn't a problem that couldn't be solved. With a thought, his main soul connected with the Titan Golden Emperor's body, the Blade Mantis Emperor's body, and the 5 demigod clones. The Titan Golden Emperor's body, the Blade Mantis Emperor's body, and the 5 demigod clones all stopped training and transferred the power of faith from the 2 inheritance runes to the destruction shrines in the bug world. Then, the destruction shrines would break the dimensional barrier and transfer the power of faith into David's small world of his soul. During this process, some of the power of faith would be consumed when breaking the dimensional barrier. However, the power of faith from the 2 inheritance runes was too large, so the consumption was nothing. David waved his hand, and the destruction shrines in the small world of his soul spewed out a huge amount of power of faith. Mother Goddess of the Forest, use this power of faith to repair this small world. David ordered again. The Mother Goddess of the Forest was somewhat immune to demigod Arthur's magic. Although she was curious about where this huge amount of power of faith came from, she still obeyed demigod Arthur's orders. The power of faith gushed out in a huge amount. In just a few breaths, it exceeded the amount that was transferred to the small world of the mother goddess of the forest in the past 10 days. David didn't stay idle either. With a thought, the small world began to change. The gray sky brightened up, and everything around him was no longer black and gray. Then a huge body formed by energy took shape. It was the 200-meter-tall figure of David. This wasn't a divine body or a divine body. It was just an illusion created by controlling the small world. The huge, illusory figure sat on the throne. David's main body, who was standing at the side, released his spirit and enveloped the tens of millions of believers of the God of Shadow. Terrifying pressure, along with bewitchment, hypnosis, and the suppression of the small world's will, attacked the souls of the tens of millions of believers. Among the tens of millions of believers, all of the level 5 power had been eliminated. The remaining were ordinary believers without soul origin. Under David's pressure, they were unable to maintain their original faith. The believers of this small world were originally the spoils of war in the small world battle. If one side won, they could obtain everything from the other side. The tens of millions of believers received a new divine book in their minds. It was the divine book of the God of Destruction. In just a few minutes, the believers prostrated themselves on the ground and began to loudly chant the divine book of the God of Destruction. From that moment on, their faith had changed. The mother goddess of the forest looked at demigod Arthur's operation with envy. The tens of millions of believers were enough to sustain the daily consumption of the small world. In addition to the power of faith from demigod Arthur, the small world would be able to operate for another 100,000 years. The mother goddess of the forest didn't know which deity the God of Destruction was. Listening to the divine book of the God of Destruction, she couldn't find the origin of the deity. However, seeing the huge, illusory figure of demigod Arthur, there was a high possibility that the God of Destruction was another deity of demigod Arthur. The more she understood demigod Arthur, the more unfathomable the mother goddess of the forest felt. "I'll separate the two small worlds," David said to the mother goddess of the forest. The mother goddess of the forest flew back to her own small world and prepared to control the separation of the two small worlds. When the two small worlds collided, overlapping was easy, but separating them required a large amount of divine power to fill the overlapping area. Originally, the God of Shadow had never thought of separating the two small worlds. Instead, he was prepared to devour the mother goddess of the forest's small world. Because of the power of faith from the bug world, David could use a lot of divine power. With a wave of his hand, divine power entered the overlapping area. The divine power formed a repulsive force and forcefully separated the overlapping area of the small worlds. According to the deities, divine power was omnipotent. As long as it was in one's own small world, divine power could be transformed into anything. Of course, this didn't include things with special effects. The two small worlds trembled slightly before they were slowly separated. The mother goddess of the forest and David used their divine power to repair the damage caused by the separation of the two small worlds. In the end, the two small worlds were completely separated. David didn't separate the small world of the mother goddess of the forest small world too far away. He didn't plan on staying in this small world for long anyway. He summoned the shadow attendant and observed the situation of the soul of the God of Shadow within the shadow attendant. This time, the purification was much faster. It should be because the shadow attendant had been absorbing the energy of a god soul recently, which made the shadow attendant stronger. According to David's estimation, it would take at most 2 days to purify the soul of the God of Shadow this time. David didn't know that the moment he pierced the heart of the God of Shadow with the divine knight's sword, all the believers of the God of Shadow in the twilight of the gods were in a panic. Then, they felt their connection with the God of Shadow become blurry, especially the level 5 Bishop Buford, who was in the twilight of the gods. He was a level 5 believer of the God of Shadow. The level 5 Bishop Buford, who was praying, suddenly felt his heart palpitate. Then, his connection with the god of shadow became blurry. The level 5 Bishop Buford hurriedly opened his eyes and saw that the statue of the god of shadow had become dark and gloomy. "My lord is asleep?" The level 5 Bishop Buford was shocked. He thought of a possibility. Previously, when the god of shadow was asleep, he felt the same as now. But just as the level 5 Bishop Buford was thinking about this, the statue of the god of shadow fell off piece by piece. Stunned, the level 5 Bishop Buford rushed to the front of the statue and tried to press on the falling parts with his hand. But more and more parts fell off, and he couldn't press on at all. The level 5 Bishop Buford let out a shrill howl. His eyes turned red. There was only one possibility for this to happen, and that was that the god of shadow was completely destroyed. What was completely destroyed? It meant that the god's body and soul were both destroyed. Only then would something like this happen to the statue in front of him. The level 5 Bishop Buford's howl attracted the attention of the other level 5 bishops. When they saw the situation of the statue of the god of shadow, they were all stunned on the spot. The 12 statues in the twilight of the gods had stood there for tens of thousands of years. But now, the statue of the god of shadow was collapsing. Even the precious materials couldn't slow down the collapse for a moment. God slaying, the god of shadow has fallen. A level 5 bishop said softly. The god of shadow had a lot of followers in the great world of God. Many of the followers who hid very well were dumbfounded at the same time as if they had lost their souls. Believers with strong faith would produce the power of hatred, which was the opposite of the power of faith after the fall of the god. This power of hatred would act on the god slayer who killed the god. When the shadow attendant absorbed the soul of the god of shadow, the soul of the god of shadow was completely cut off from the followers. This was the shadow attendant's special ability to target the soul. Although the soul of the god of shadow was still in the process of being purified, to the people of the great world of God, it was already completely destroyed. In the small world of the gods suddenly raised their heads and looked into the distance. They also sensed what was happening in the twilight of the gods. How is this possible? The god of death sat on the throne. His fingers unconsciously tapped the handle of the throne. Countless questions arose in his mind. In terms of combat power, the god of shadow was almost the same as the god of death. In terms of survivability, the god of shadow was stronger than the god of death. The god of shadow had the ability to enter the shadow space at any time. During the age of the gods, he could even approach the weak gods from the shadow space without being discovered. More importantly, the god of shadow, who had lived from the age of the dragons to the present, could not leave his own small world. If he did not leave his own small world, how could he have fallen? Unless the god of shadow put the enemy into his own small world. But this was not clear. The location of the small world was the biggest secret of the gods. With the god of shadow's level of caution, it was impossible for him to make such a mistake. Not only the god of death, but the other gods were also thinking about what had happened that even the soul of the god of shadow could not escape. Even during the age of the gods, this kind of complete annihilation was extremely rare. Under normal circumstances, after the fall of a god, unless the statue was destroyed, it would slowly lose its immortal nature and begin to decay along with the disappearance of all the believers due to the loss of the nourishment of the power of faith. Even if a god's body was destroyed after being defeated, it couldn't stop a god's soul from escaping. Shadow God's soul was destroyed, and all the gods who had known Shadow God for tens of thousands of years felt a chill run down their spines. The gods ordered their believers to investigate. They needed to know the truth of the fall of the god of shadow. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't any gods who thought of the abnormality of the mother goddess of the forest, but none of them thought that the fall of the god of shadows had anything to do with the mother goddess of the forest. After all, the mother goddess of the forest was notoriously weak. Chapter 1274. David didn't know what was going on in the outside world. He didn't leave the shadow god's small world, which now belonged to him. He summoned the shadow attendant and placed one hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. He didn't check on the shadow god soul this time. The shadow god soul wouldn't be purified so quickly. What David was concerned about was the rank 5 soul origin that he had obtained this time. It could increase his soul's thinking speed and ability to analyze and calculate. For the first time, he saw a golden light in the shadow attendant's body. It was the golden light emitted by the level 5 soul origin. A total of 1,000 level 5 soul origins were all gathered together, which made David feel very shocked. One should know that there were not many level 5 experts in any era. Even if all the level 5 experts in the God Great World were killed, including the nobles, shrines, and followers of evil gods, they might not be able to gather 1,000 level 5 expert souls. Only a god like the Shadow God, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, could rely on the accumulation of time to obtain so many rank 5 soul origins. David didn't hold back. He transferred the 1,000 level 5 soul origins from the shadow attendant's body into his own small world. A large number of level 5 soul origins appeared in the small world of soul space. The world tree produced a suction force and sucked 1,000 level 5 soul origins into its branches. These level 5 soul origins turned into 1,000 soul fruits. David didn't even need to convert them. As long as his mind scanned the soul fruits, he would have another level 5 soul avatar. In David's small world, golden light spots were constantly added to the soul fortress. Every part of the fortress was lit up with golden light. David calculated that he now had 25 legendary soul avatars and 1,473 level 5 soul avatars. Right now, his analytical calculation ability had reached a terrifying level. He was like an AI with 1,400 threads. He could handle 1,400 tasks at the same time. These 1,400 threads could even be combined together to form a unified supercomputing ability. David's mind flickered. Through the main core of the small world, he could sense the situation of the 1,000 followers. He could clearly understand the current state of each of the 1,000 believers and what they were thinking, and he could do it at the same time. At least in the past, David's soul was very strong, but he couldn't do this. David could understand the feelings of the gods. The gods needed to process the information of all the believers. If the number of believers was large, then the amount of information that needed to be processed at the same time would be extremely large. Excluding the useless application information, the information that needed to be replied would be handled by the gods. David had a large number of soul doppelgangers, which somewhat resembled the ability of God. Of course, he was not really familiar with how a god handled matters, so he could not make a detailed comparison. Retracting his mind, David stopped experimenting with the soul doppelganger's ability and turned to look at the current small world. The small world had undergone a small-scale transformation. At the very least, it was no longer as hellish as before. However, the power of faith in the small world was still in transmission mode. The concentration of the power of faith in the small world had reached an extremely high level. With this foundation, David could easily transform the small world at will. Although David did not want to live in the small world for a long time, this small world could also be used as a means of hiding. In case something happened, he could bring the people close to him into the small world. As long as no one knew the location of the small world, there would be no danger in the small world. David waved his hand, and a small figure appeared in front of him. It was the leader of the spirit clan, Sai, in the small world of the soul space. "Great being, what do you want from me?" Sai, the leader of the spirit clan, bowed and asked, "I need the help of the spirit clan. This small world is very desolate, and I need the spirit clan to cultivate it for me. I need a small world full of green and vitality." David asked Sai, the leader of the spirit clan, "Great being, your will is the mission of the spirit clan." Sai, the leader of the spirit clan, answered without hesitation. For the spirit clan, David, who had merged with the world tree, was in existence on the same level as the world tree. As a race that depended on the world tree and was created by the world tree, the purpose of the spirit clan's existence was to serve the world tree and now it was to serve David. Moreover, if the Spirit Clan wanted to expand their population, they needed more space to grow. In the small world of the soul space, the Spirit Clan was slowly recovering their vitality, and their population was slowly increasing. Another small world was just right for the Spirit Clan to expand their population. How could the leader of the Spirit Clan, Sai, not be happy? Great being, the Spirit Clan has decided to send Elder Ao to develop this small world. Please send me back. I will send Elder Ao back after I finish my instructions. Sai bowed again and said. David waved his hand, and the leader of the Spirit Clan, Sai, returned to the small world of the soul space. While waiting for the leader of the Spirit Clan to finish his instructions, David began to transform the small world with the power of faith. According to the records of the Path of Shepherding Inheritance, he used the power of faith to transform it into divine power to draw a divine rune array. The divine rune array was connected to the faith channels of 1,000 followers. This divine rune array was placed underground. As the power of faith of 1,000 followers entered the divine rune array, a clear spring gushed out from the ground. He then used divine power to inject a divine rune array into the ground. These divine rune arrays would automatically absorb the power of faith and transform it into nutrients to nourish the earth. This divine rune array turned the land of the small world into the most fertile land. After doing all this, the leader of the Spirit Clan, Sai, was calling for him in the small world of the soul space. His consciousness swept across the small world of the soul space. An Elder Ao appeared in the small world. Great being, Elder Ao of the Spirit Clan is at your command. Elder Ao bowed respectfully to David and said, I'll leave this place to you. The center position remains unchanged, and the rest of the area should be decorated as beautifully as possible. Also, see if there's anything else you need. I'll do it, David said and waved his hand. Elder Ao looked at the situation in the small world and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. This place was much better than what Sai had said. There was a water source here, and the land had obviously been modified to be extremely fertile. This small world was extremely suitable for the Spirit Clan to develop. Although the laws were a bit incomplete, it didn't affect the Spirit Clan survival. Great being, this small world is very suitable. I will definitely not disappoint your trust. I'll draw up a plan within a day for you to review. Elder Ao said respectfully. Then you may begin, David said to the Spirit Tribe Elder Ao. David floated in the air and began his daily cultivation. Elder Ao of the Spirit Race flew around the small world, inspecting every corner of the small world. Then he began to plan. In less than a day, when David was studying the Path of Shepherding Inheritance in his mind, Elder Ao came in front of him. Great being, this is my plan. Please take a look. Elder Ao stopped in the air and said as he sent a mental wave to David. David's mind came into contact with Elder Ao's mental wave, and an image appeared in his mind. David didn't expect Elder Ao to have this kind of ability. Through the mental wave, the image was a map of the small world. The map could be enlarged or shrunk at will. After enlarging, one could see the details of every plant. After shrinking, one could see the entire small world. It was unknown whether it was an innate ability of the Spirit Clan or Elder Ao's design expertise, but this map showed the beauty of nature, or it could be said that it was a kind of beauty of laws. The reason it was called a beauty of laws was because this kind of beauty in the map, in the eyes of a demigod like David, was in accordance with the rhythm of the world's laws. That was why it was so beautiful. If the small world was modified according to this map, it would become the best place for David to relax in the future. Very good. I am very satisfied with this plan. The Spirit Clan doesn't need to modify the waterways and the ground. I will modify the small world according to the map, David said with a satisfied smile. The map didn't mention the modification of the waterways and the terrain. Originally, the Spirit Clan wanted to modify them themselves. This was what they were good at. However, this was a small world. As long as there was faith power, it would be easy to modify it. David looked at the map in his mind and spread his divine power all over the small world. The small world changed its height, and the water flowed through the underground waterways, forming rivers and lakes of different shapes. After David finished modifying the small world, Elder Ao immediately began to work. This time, Elder Ao came with a large number of Spirit Clan life seeds. These life seeds were all bred in the small world of the soul space. Originally, he wanted to use these life seeds to expand the small world of the soul space, but it was the same for expanding the new world. Whether it was Sai or the other Spirit Clan elders, they were all in favor of spreading the Spirit Clan across multiple worlds. Being able to take root in different worlds would give the Spirit Clan a chance to continue existing. The Spirit Clan wouldn't disappear just because a world was destroyed. The Spirit Clan had almost been exterminated, so they were very afraid of extinction. Not to mention, this was David's order. The current Spirit Clan relied on David to survive. Elder Ao of the Spirit race took out plant seeds from the space and manipulated a large number of them to scatter around. According to the design on the map, different types of plant seeds would be distributed in different locations. Next, Elder Ao took out the Spirit Clan's life seeds and spread them out according to the ratio. The Spirit Clan's life seeds would grow together with a portion of the plant seeds. After they grew up, they would take care of the plants around them. Modifying the entire small world wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time, even with the Spirit Clan's help. Of course, David could use faith power to create plants, but those plants were formed purely from faith power. No matter how much they looked like plants on the surface, they weren't real plants. For example, why didn't the forest mother goddess use faith power to create plants? On one hand, it wasn't worth it. The amount of faith power consumed was less than that of planting plants. On the other hand, the plants created by faith power didn't have the characteristics of plants. The plants created by faith power in the small world would disperse and turn back into energy when taken out of the small world. The plants that were created would still be plants when taken out of the small world. They would retain their original characteristics. David didn't pay any more attention to Elder Ao's work. 2 days had passed. He summoned the shadow attendant and placed his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. The shadow god's soul had already been purified. The shadow god's illusory figure in the soul circle was now blurry. David guided the shadow god's soul into his small world of soul space and took the initiative to send the god-level soul to the branch of the world tree. The branch of the world tree wrapped around the shadow god's soul. After about 10 minutes, a dark gold soul fruit appeared on the branch. David didn't know why the world tree needed 10 minutes to deal with the shadow god's soul, but he believed in the world tree's ability. In fact, the shadow god had lived for so long and was famous for its shadow ability. It had a way to save its life. The control of a god's soul was far beyond that of a god. Although the shadow attendant had purified the shadow god's soul, there was still a part of the shadow god's intelligence hidden in the core of its soul origin. But obviously, the shadow god's methods couldn't be hidden in front of the world tree. Before the shadow god's intelligence could do anything, it was absorbed and purified by the world tree. David was a little excited as he used his mind to touch the dark gold soul fruit. This wasn't his first time getting a god's soul fruit, but it was his first time getting a god's soul fruit. When his mind came in contact with the dark gold soul fruit, the soul fruit turned into a dark gold god soul. The dark gold god soul was affected by David's main soul and accepted the assimilation without any resistance. When the dark gold god soul became his soul doppelganger, he felt his thinking speed increase by 1,000,000 times. David couldn't describe what he was feeling at that moment. The thinking speed of a god soul was far beyond that of god soul. A god soul was formed by the convergence of many wills. There were millions of wills, and each of them was equivalent to a complete level 5 soul. It was no wonder that David's thinking speed increased so much. It was like he had 1,000,000 level 5 soul doppelganger helping him think. Even if he killed all the level 5 masters in the great world of God and the bug world, or even all the level 5 masters in the world, he wouldn't have 1,000,000 level 5 souls. The shadow god wasn't even the strongest of the gods, but its soul had such a complicated structure. Just think about the 5 great gods in the great world of God and how powerful their souls were. Chapter 1275. When David had nearly 1,500 soul doppelgangers, he felt that his mind was extremely powerful, but compared to a real god, he realized that there was a huge gap. At that time, he felt that his brain was like an optical computer with more than 1,000 threads. With the shadow god soul doppelganger, it was like a super server with more than 1,000,000 threads. David's millions of believers in the small world could clearly perceive everything that all of them were thinking. It was important to know that a level 5 soul that specialized in the mind could split its mind to handle things. 1,000,000 minds could handle the information of millions of believers in almost a moment. The power of the gods was evident. Only such a soul could cast such terrifying divine spells. Although David's soul was not weaker than a god's, it was not sublimated. It did not become a god soul that was composed of minds. Sometimes he felt that his talent was very powerful, but other than his close combat ability, his long-range talent was useless against gods and gods. He had never found a reason, but now he found a reason. It was not that his long-range talent was not powerful enough, but his soul was still an ordinary soul. It did not have the characteristics of a real god's soul, so it could not exert the powerful long-range talent. At this time, David was a little hesitant. He did not want to resurrect the shadow god. The soul doppelganger of a god gave him too much improvement, and it made him a little intoxicated. But he quickly realized that this was not his real thinking ability. If he really relied on the soul doppelganger of a god, it would be difficult for his soul to improve greatly. The soul of the shadow god gave David a very good template. It let David know what kind of soul was the most powerful. To be honest, although he knew that the 5 gods of the great world of God were very powerful, David did not yearn to become a god through faith. David had always thought that the most powerful was to become a god through close combat. But after seeing the soul of the shadow god, David changed his mind. It wasn't that David had given up on the idea of becoming a god, but he also wanted to become a god through faith, if possible, while he was cultivating to become a god. David's mind went into the dimension pendant, and an immortal life force entered the body of the shadow god. Then the body of the shadow god was moved into the small world. The huge body of the god was controlled by David's mind and floated in the center of the small world. This small world that originally belonged to the shadow god did not change because of the appearance of the body of the shadow god. Even the millions of believers did not have any reaction. Under the effect of the immortal life force, the life force of the god's body was reignited. There's a reason why immortal life force could be used as a life-saving potion for gods and gods. As long as there was enough immortal life force, even a god's body could be pulled from death. As the life force of the godly body recovered, the heart began to beat on its own. The golden blood was squeezed by the heart and flowed to all parts of the god's body, bringing life to the god's body. The god's body was successfully revived. Right now, the body of the shadow god was like a living dead person. Without the control of a god's soul, it was at most a powerful puppet. David reached out his finger and lightly tapped the body of the shadow god. The god's soul avatar in the small world of the soul flew into the body of the shadow god. David's mind was also in the avatar of the god's soul. The moment the avatar of the god's soul entered the god's body, he felt the body's extreme desire. The body wanted to absorb the power of faith. The god's body did not need the command of the god's soul to automatically absorb the power of faith. It was just that this was David's small world. Without David's permission, the god's body could not use any of the power of faith. David's mind moved, and the power of faith poured into the god's body. This god's body did not just need to be replenished because it had lost its god's power. Back when the shadow god was still alive, this god's body was extremely lacking in God's power. The body of the shadow god was at the lowest level of power of faith. This could not be helped. The shadow god had just awakened not long ago, and he was using the power of faith everywhere. There was not much power of faith to be gained. As the power of faith entered the body of the shadow god, the first thing that changed was the face of the god's body. Since the avatar of the god's soul belonged to David, the face of the god's body changed to that of David. At this time, David also put away the illusion sitting on the throne. With a real God's body, there was no need for a fake illusion to suppress the situation. Due to the connection between the avatar of the God's soul and David's main soul, the small world automatically accepted the avatar of the God's body. A large amount of power of faith poured into the God's body, and the avatar of the God's soul began to merge with the God's body. The soul space was reopened. Energy patterns began to appear in the soul space. These were the innate abilities and divine spells of the shadow god. David glanced at them. To be honest, these talents and divine spells were not important to him. The shadow series of divine spells did not have many merits. They mainly used the shadow space to hide, spy, assassinate, and so on. David didn't want to use shadow god's avatar's fighting power. Shadow god's avatar's fighting power was very weak to begin with. Otherwise, the 12 gods wouldn't have been unable to defeat the 5 gods, even if they worked together. The shadow god's doppelganger's greatest ability was its strange way of moving. However, when facing a god stronger than the shadow god, this ability would be greatly limited. This was because in front of a stronger god, there was a high chance that the shadow space of the shadow god would be discovered in advance. However, David was also satisfied. It seemed that because the avatar of the shadow god was compatible with the small world, the avatar of the shadow god did not need to be controlled by David. It automatically took over the management of the small world. In other words, it was not the avatar of the shadow god that took over the management of the small world. It was the avatar of the god soul that automatically carried out the various tasks. These tasks were the orders of the shadow god when he was alive. Some of them were like programming. Part of the avatar of the god had their own tasks. It did not require the avatar of the god's soul to be active. David organized and adjusted the orders of the god's soul to make them more suitable for the small world. He could not help but be glad that the purification did not purify the orders of the god's soul. Otherwise, it would take a long time for him to issue the orders alone. This was a task that had to be set up individually for each divine sense. This task was not difficult for the gods because they did not care about the consumption of time. But for David, it was troublesome. His time was very precious. The adjustment work was much easier. With the previous orders of the shadow god as a foundation, David adjusted the orders of the god's soul as if he was modifying code. The god's soul was very magical. It was the sublimation of the soul. It turned the originally unquantifiable soul into a quantifiable god soul. Although there were millions of god souls, it did not mean that losing one of them would not be a problem. It was like the human soul. Even the slightest damage would have very serious consequences. Losing one of the millions of god soul would not affect the god soul greatly, but it would still cause some harm. It was not easy to increase one's god soul. It required a large amount of faith to strengthen the soul. Unless there was a stable channel of faith, it was very difficult for the gods to increase their soul's power. Therefore, every god's god soul was very precious. Losing a god soul would not only decrease one's power, but it would also damage the soul. Under the management of the shadow god's avatar, the small world was slowly going on the right track. David's body flashed and left the small world of the shadow god's avatar. He came to the small world of the forest mother. The distance between the two small worlds was very short. Plus, David had the authority to control the two small worlds, so it was very convenient for him to move. When he came to the small world of the forest mother, he found that the faith here had decreased a lot. This was understandable. Although the mother goddess of the forest didn't lose too much in the battle for the small world was still affected. Repairing the small world required a lot of faith power, and the faith power that was transmitted was only enough for the mother goddess of the forest daily use. The forest mother did not ask about the small world of the shadow god. She bowed respectfully "Greetings, my lord," David said to the forest mother. "The consumption this time is still a bit high. I will open a channel for you. You can ask for faith when you need it." He waved his hand, and a channel was formed between the small world of the forest mother and the shadow god's avatar. The small world of the god of shadows avatar was David's own small world. He could transfer the faith power of the bug world to the small world through the avatar of the god of shadow. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about the lack of faith power in the small world. In addition, the shadow god's clone had 10 million believers in the small world. Just the power of faith generated by these believers was enough to help the forest mother goddess. The forest mother said gratefully, "Thank you, my lord. This is the meal I cooked for you. I hope you don't mind." She handed over a portal ring. The forest mother was the master of the small world, so she could naturally feel the channel being formed. According to demigod Arthur, she would not need to worry about faith anymore. The mother goddess of the forest had seen demigod Arthur transmit the power of faith in the small world of the god of shadow. That terrifying power of faith made her feel that even if all the humans in the great world of gods became believers, they still wouldn't be able to provide such a large amount of power of faith. As a matter of fact, the forest mother's judgment was correct. Although David had only obtained 2 emperor rank inheritance runes from the bug tribe world and possessed 2 knights of the bug tribe's faith, there were simply too many bugs. The number of humans in the great world of deities was tens of millions of times greater than the number of insectoids. Even if the power of faith produced by the low-level insectoids was weaker, the power of faith produced by the insectoids was still far greater than that of the great world of deities. The forest mother had no way to thank Abel. Luckily, she knew that demigod Arthur would not be able to stay in the small world forever, so she specially cooked some of her best dishes for demigod Arthur to enjoy at any time. David took the portal ring and scanned it with his power. He found that the space inside was not small. It was more than 1,000 square meters, and it was filled with cooked dishes. After David got the shadow god's doppelganger, he understood the power of a god. The forest mother could cook so many dishes in such a short period of time. Needless to say, it was the advantage of her godly will. Every godly will could be operated individually, so it was not difficult to cook so many dishes at the same time. David smiled and said, "I'm very satisfied with this gift. Thank you for your thoughtfulness." The forest mother reminded, "Master, you have to be careful. The shadow god has fallen in your hands, and you have become a god slayer. After you leave the small world, there will be a special presence on your body. That is the presence of a god slayer." David paused for a moment. He did not expect this to happen. David shook his head and asked, "That's not right. I saw someone kill the plague god Gladstone before, and there was no god-slaying presence." He did not doubt the forest mother, but he wanted to know the reason. "I know about the god of plague Gladstone. He was a weak god. The god slayer who killed him did not have the god-slaying aura. That was because the god of plague Gladstone had no more followers in the big world. The god-slaying aura was actually formed by the power of hatred generated by the followers of the fallen god," the mother goddess of the forest explained. David thought about it and realized that it made sense. Before the plague god Gladstone was killed, he sacrificed all the planets on the planet. Even if he didn't sacrifice them, those believers weren't true believers. They were just believers who had been bewitched by him. Even if the plague god Gladstone had fallen, he probably wouldn't have been able to produce the power of hatred. "This power of hatred won't affect me in any way, right?" David asked. "No, it won't. It's just that when any god sees the power of hatred, they will know that you are a god slayer. The power of hatred will only dissipate when all the followers of the shadow god in the large world are dead. In addition, the remaining followers of the shadow god will not rest until they are dead and will continue to take revenge on you." The forest mother told him everything she knew. "Then it's fine. As long as the followers of the shadow god dare to show up, someone will take care of them without me doing anything," David said with a smile. Chapter 1276. David bid farewell to the forest mother goddess and left her small world. It would be easy for him to come over in the future. With his connection to the small world, He could open a portal to the small world anywhere in the great world of God. This was a special feature of the small world. When he left the small world, he would appear in the space next to the small world, but if he wanted to return to the small world, he could do so from anywhere. When David appeared in the sky, he immediately noticed the difference in his body. A faint black aura rose from his body, forming a tall black pillar. His appearance would be extremely eye-catching no matter where he went. This made David feel very helpless. From this black pillar of energy, it could be seen that the God of Shadows had quite a few followers in the divine great world. Fortunately, David didn't have to appear in public. He opened a wormhole to the bug world's safe zone and returned to the underground space. This time, he left his battle form avatar here. He decided to use the method of strengthening the divine body recorded in the path of shepherding to increase the defense and sharpness of his battle form avatar. After using the battle constitution avatar, David knew that this battle constitution avatar would be his strongest fighting technique for a long time. The two Imperial Inheritance patterns were now shared between the 5 clones, the Blade Mantis Emperor avatar, the Titan Golden Emperor avatar, and the battle form avatar. This made David feel that the Imperial Inheritance patterns weren't enough. One had to know that David was planning to use the Inheritance rune to raise a few more half-god insectoid clones. Of course, he didn't know that the insectoid world had restrictions on the god-level insectoids. It didn't mean that there were no restrictions on raising god-level insectoids. For example, David had taken 2 Imperial Inheritance patterns from the bug world, which meant that the bug world had lost 2 spots for god-tier bugs. There were no more than 10 Imperial Inheritance patterns, so the bug world only had 8 spots left. Now, the bug world only had 7 Imperial Inheritance patterns, so there was little room for development. Currently, the slots for the Imperial Inheritance patterns weren't full yet. Although the bug world had been trying to get the 2 Imperial Inheritance patterns back, they hadn't reached the point where they were willing to pay any price. David wondered if he could ambush a god-tier bug race. In the past, he wouldn't have thought of this. In the bug world, a god-tier bug race was extremely powerful. They had almost endless energy and could summon helpers through the bug world's communication network at any time. In the bug world, a god-tier bug race could ignore long distances and move through space. However, David had his battle form avatar. The Titan Golden Emperor avatar and the Blade Mantis Emperor avatar's strength were steadily increasing. This gave him the confidence to ambush. In particular, the battle form avatar had successfully ambushed Shadow God. This allowed David to see how powerful a battle form avatar with the God of War talent was. However, this plan wasn't rushed. He wanted to let the 3 god-tier bug race avatars strengthen for a while. It wouldn't be too late to make a move when they were stronger. Through knowledge sharing, he shared the inheritance of the path of shepherding with his battle form avatar. The battle form avatar strengthened its godly body on its own. David also made a discovery. When he left the great world of God, the black pillar above his head disappeared. This was probably because the great world had cut off his connection with the Shadow God's believers. As a God Slayer, he couldn't connect with the power of hatred. After David finished his business in the bug world, he returned to the great world of God. He appeared directly at the great world of God's safe zone, which was 500 meters below Gammy Planet. With a wave of his hand, he opened a portal with his break space talent ability, and his body appeared on the ground. Just as David appeared in front of his castle, a figure flew over, and a powerful legendary aura arose. Legend Annabelle looked at David in shock and asked, "It's Sir Leader. What are you doing?" Legend Annabelle knew what the power of hatred above David's head meant. It was the mark of a God Slayer. However, this power of hatred only appeared in the records of the war shrines. No one had actually seen it before. Perhaps a long time ago in the Age of the Gods, God Slayers were very common. However, even if there were God Slayers, they wouldn't appear in the world. This was because only gods could kill gods, and the gods of the great worlds of gods usually only stayed in their own small worlds. They would not appear in the main world. Annabella, is there any way to get rid of this power of hatred in the records of the War God Temple? David asked as he looked at the black pillar of air above his head and spread out his hands. He didn't have to worry about being discovered on Gammy Planet, since it was his private planet. Besides, even if people found out that David was a godslayer, it didn't matter. With his current power in the great world of God, being a godslayer would only increase his fame. Legend Annabelle quickly calmed down and shook her head, only by killing all the believers of a fallen god. Which god did you kill? Legend Annabelle also killed a god, but it was when she descended. At that time, she wasn't herself, but the god of war borrowed her body. However, the gods that could be successfully killed by the shrines were all desperate gods. Otherwise, how could a normal god be found? David didn't hide anything from Legend Annabelle and replied, "The god of shadow, one of the 12 evil gods of the twilight of the gods." Of course, Legend Annabelle knew who the god of shadow was. It was an existence that was second only to the 5 gods in the great world of God. The god of shadow was recorded in the shrines of war as a god that existed since the era of the dragons. How could such a god fall in the hands of David? However, the power of loathing wouldn't lie. Such a strong power of loathing would only appear when one of the 12 evil gods had fallen. Legend Annabelle thought for a moment and suggested, "How about we ask the Supreme Council to issue a mission to clean up the believers of the god of shadow? If you give out some rewards, I'm sure all the noble knights would be willing to fight for you." David thought for a moment and agreed, "That's fine. I'll leave it to you. Take out some spiritual fruits as the reward." He didn't care about the power of hatred, but the black column above his head was too eye-catching. "Yes, my lord." Legend Annabelle bowed. Legend Annabelle left Planet Gammy and went to the Supreme Council headquarters of the Shining Star. It didn't take long for her to return to Planet Gammy with Chairman Gould. Chairman Gould appeared in front of Planet Gammy's teleportation gate and looked at the black column not far away. That black pillar of chi was too eye-catching. Even if it was during the day, one could still see it from afar. Chairman Gould rose into the air with Legend Annabelle beside him. They flew to David's castle. Legend Annabelle opened the castle door and led Chairman Gould in. David had already sensed the aura of Chairman Gould. Given his friendship with Chairman Gould, he didn't need to be too polite. "Arthur, I heard you killed the god of shadow." Chairman Gould asked David as soon as he entered the hall. Of course, it wasn't a question. It was a kind of disbelief. Even if he saw the aura of the legendary power of hatred, which proved David's identity as the God-Slayer, Chairman Gould still wanted to hear David admit it himself. David nodded and said, "Yes, you came just to see the black gas above my head?" At this time, Legend Annabelle served Chairman Gould a glass of red wine, which made David glance at Legend Annabelle. It wasn't that David was stingy. There was a supply of red wine in the castle, and Legend Annabelle could receive a glass every once in a while. Since Annabella had given him her share, David could tell that she had a close relationship with Chairman Gould. However, he didn't want to ask too much about it. "It's not just about that. I've received news today that the believers of the God of Evil have become active. There are news of the believers of the God of Evil buying information from many channels. I was still feeling strange about this matter. Now that I think about it, it should be because of the fall of the God of Shadows." Chairman Gould said in a deep voice. Ever since Chairman Gould's power in the Supreme Council increased greatly, the intelligence system of the Supreme Council had been greatly expanded. The integration of the intelligence systems of many top nobles allowed the Supreme Council's intelligence system to reach an unprecedented level. The intelligence system of the Supreme Council suddenly discovered that many of the people they were paying attention to were acting strangely today. They were buying information about the shrines everywhere. Those people were all suspected to be related to the believers of the God of Evil. As long as they didn't do anything too out of line, the Supreme Council wouldn't touch them. Keeping them alive would allow them to know more about the believers of the God of Evil. Is there any trouble in getting the Supreme Council to issue a mission to eliminate the believers of the God of Shadows? David asked. David didn't really think that Chairman Gould was just there to watch the fun. Chairman Gould was still very busy. Among the believers of the God of Shadows, we can confirm that they are all assassins. They are very difficult to find. Even if we issue a mission, the effect won't be too good. Chairman Gould said with a bitter smile. He was also there for this matter. Issue the mission first. We'll see if it's effective. David said with a wave of his hand. Do you want me to contact the 5 shrines and share this mission with them? They have more information about the God of Shadows. Maybe the effect will be better. Chairman Gould asked. There's no need to alarm the shrines. I'm taking out the Fey fruit to enhance the strength of the noble knight. Besides, even if the believers of the God of Shadows aren't eliminated, I'm not worried about their revenge. David said, shaking his head. Chairman Gould nodded. The Fey fruit as a reward had indeed greatly enhanced the strength of the noble knight. In a short period of time, the number of level 5 Knight Templars increased by more than 200. This was all due to the effect of the Fey fruit. David thought of the information that the Mother Goddess of the Forest had told him and said to Chairman Gould, There's something I want to tell you. I've received news that the God of Evil may be making a big move recently. He will capture a large number of people and carry out large-scale sacrifices. You have to pay attention on your side. Inform me immediately if there's any news. Big move? Under the current circumstances, the God of Evil still dares to make a big move? Chairman Gould said, somewhat surprised. Recently, the shrines and the noble knight had cooperated with each other and made frequent moves to continuously attack the believers of the God of Evil. The relationship between the God of Evil and the Supreme Council was no longer as tense as before. In addition, the Supreme Council's strength had increased greatly. Even if they encountered a God's descent, they would still have the power to fight back. In the great world of God's descent, unless it was within the range of the God of Evil shrines, an ordinary God's descent would only have the strength of level 5 or early stage legendary. This kind of strength was very easy for the current Supreme Council to deal with. The God of Evil is preparing to summon the ancient WIRMS. If the WIRMS return to the great world of God, it will bring disastrous consequences to the great world of God. David said in a deep voice. Chairman Gould suddenly stood up. This news was too shocking. As a member of an ancient aristocratic family, Chairman Gould naturally knew a lot of ancient secrets. During the era of the WIRMS, when the WIRMS ruled the great world of God, humans and the gods were suppressed and enslaved by the WIRMS. The WIRMS were high and mighty, and humans were just vassals of the WIRMS who served the WIRMS. The gods paid a huge price to expel the WIRMS from the great world of God. Now that the God of Evil wanted to summon the WIRMS back, it would be a terrible disaster. Chairman Gould did not ask about the source of the news. Thinking that David had killed the God of Shadow this time, it was not difficult to imagine that David must have been in contact with the God of Evil. I'll go back and make the arrangements. Get the intelligence system to mobilize and collect information in this regard. We can't let the God of Evil successfully summon the WIRMS back. That will lead to more terrible consequences than the invasion of the Zerg. Chairman Gould slowly sat back and said, Also, find a way to pass the information to shrines, but be careful not to expose that it was me who leaked it. David continued, I'll be careful. Chairman Gould nodded in response. David let out a long sigh of relief. He did not want to put all the pressure on him about the God of Evil summoning the WIRMS back. Although he had the help of the Black Dragon Alexis, he could keep an eye on the 2 summoning circles. However, the Black Dragon Alexis did not know about the rest of the summoning circles. Only with the participation of all 5 shrines could they prevent the God of Evil's actions to the greatest extent. Whether it was successful or not, David had done all he could. Chairman Gould received such important news. It was rare that he did not eat in the castle, but hurried back. Chapter 1277. 2 months had passed, and David's days were very peaceful. He was not affected at all by the fact that he had become a god slayer. Of course, the black column of air above his head did not change at all, either. Clearly, the Supreme Council and the shrines did not have a smooth time clearing out the believers of the God of Shadows. David ended a round of training and casually opened his Lord communication array to look at the intelligence summary of the past few days. There was a message from Chairman Gould in the intelligence summary. In the past 2 months, neither the Supreme Council's intelligence system nor the 5 shrines had found any information about the return of the WIRMS. Even the abduction of humans that David had mentioned did not happen. The main task of the Supreme Council and the 5 shrines was still to find new believers and clean them up. If Chairman Gould did not trust David's credibility, he would not have persisted in collecting relevant intelligence for 2 months. David was also a little depressed. This intelligence definitely could not be wrong. It was said by the mother goddess of the forest, one of the 12 gods of the twilight of the gods. As the person involved, the mother goddess of the forest had become David's subordinate god. There was no way she would lie to David about this matter. What David did not know was that the main reason why the evil gods did not take action was because of David himself. For some reason, the god of shadows had perished, and even his soul had been obliterated. After this happened, it immediately alerted all the gods. The gods stopped all actions and only continued to bewitch their believers as usual. At least, the twilight of the gods would not take action before they received accurate information. David also checked the intelligence received from the Interstellar Federation. Ever since they had the light theurgy array, no more believers of the evil gods could sneak into the Interstellar Federation, and nothing major happened. As for the Zerg world, it was just as peaceful. However, after 2 months of cultivation, the battle body avatar had completed the first step of covering its entire body with divine runes. Its defense had increased by 50%. It wouldn't have such a strong effect in the future, but as long as he kept adding divine runes to the outer shell of the battle body avatar, its defense would continue to increase. The outer shell of the battle body avatar was at the divine level, and the number of divine glyphs it could accumulate was almost limitless. However, the further it went, the more difficult it was to fuse the divine glyphs, and the more divine power it would consume. In addition, the avatars of the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor and the Blade Mantis Emperor had also recovered to their peak state. With such combat power, David began to consider which bug tribe god-tier individuals he should target. In fact, there weren't many bug tribe deities that could launch a sneak attack. There were only 2 best choices. One was a half-body spider emperor, while the other was a golden-winged beetle emperor. David had been to the half-spider emperor's lair once, so he was very familiar with it. In addition, it had a feud with the golden-winged beetle emperor, so it could be explained why it had been discovered sneaking in. As for the golden-winged beetle emperor, it was the lord of the golden-winged beetle king's clone. There was still a chance for him to get close. David only needed to get close enough to launch a sneak attack and end the battle in an instant. However, once the golden-winged beetle emperor died, the golden-winged beetle king's clone would lose its protection. Even a demigod wouldn't be able to protect its own territory. The territory of the golden-winged beetle king's clone was David's most important base in the bug tribe world. If the golden-winged beetle emperor died, the half-body spider emperor would definitely fight for its territory. The golden-winged beetle king's clone had offended the half-body spider emperor before, and it was completely relying on the golden-winged beetle emperor to resist. David thought for a while and decided not to use the golden-winged beetle emperor, although it was the easiest to sneak attack. After thinking it through, he opened the wormhole to the bug tribe world safe zone and disappeared from planet Gammy. When he returned to the underground base, David put his battle body avatar, Titan Golden Emperor clone, and Blade Mantis Emperor clone into the Divine Artifacts space card. In order to prevent the bug tribe world's god tiers from discovering anything, he also left the 2 Emperor-level inheritance patterns for the 5 demigod clone avatars. After such a long period of cultivation, the 5 demigod clone avatars' abilities were almost at the peak of the demigod level. The reason why the 5 demigod clone avatars' cultivation speed was so fast was that the Emperor-level inheritance patterns provided them with an endless amount of divine power. The cultivation energy converted from divine power allowed the 5 demigod clone avatars to not have to worry about any resource issues. On the other hand, the 5 demigod clone avatars cultivated purely the Black Dragon slumber. They walked the path of cultivation of the Black Dragon clan. This path of cultivation was very simple and clear. There was not much complexity. There was only one rule, the Black Dragon power. In addition, the Black Dragon Alexis had provided the Black Dragon clan's cultivation experience, so the 5 demigod clone avatars did not take any detours. After sensing the 5 demigod clone avatars, David was a little envious of his own half-body clone avatar. Using the Emperor-level inheritance pattern to cultivate was definitely the easiest way to cultivate. It could allow one to walk the path of cultivation of other god tiers or god tiers in the shortest time possible. However, there was a flaw in this path, which was that it relied too much on the Emperor-level inheritance pattern. Without the replenishment of the Emperor-level inheritance pattern, one's abilities would slowly decline over time. However, that was only for Bug Tribe God tiers. Bug Tribe God tiers lacked a cultivation method. In addition, the Bug Tribe world's Great World rules were also suppressing Bug Tribe God tiers' understanding of the rules. As a result, Bug Tribe God tiers usually only specialized in one talent. They mainly relied on their godly body to fight. David's method of using the Emperor-level inheritance pattern was different from the Bug Tribe God tiers. He let the demigod clone avatar cultivate the Black Dragon slumber. However, the divine power produced by the Emperor-level inheritance pattern was used to replace the energy required by the Black Dragon slumber. David had discovered in the demigod clone avatar's years of cultivation that even if he did not use the Emperor-level inheritance pattern, the demigod clone avatar could still stabilize its realm by relying on the Black Dragon slumber. However, if he wanted to increase his abilities without using the Emperor-level inheritance pattern, he would need to spend hundreds or thousands of years to absorb the energy in his body and completely control his body. This was also why David only let the 5 demigod clone avatars use the Emperor-level inheritance pattern while his main body trained hard by himself. Of course, if the Spirit Tribe did not provide him with a large amount of phase, David might have chosen the Emperor-level inheritance pattern as a shortcut. In a battle between god ranks, the strength of a demigod was useless. Only demigod David was somewhat special. His attack power had reached god rank. However, he didn't plan to take the initiative to attack because his defense couldn't withstand a god rank attack. David also brought a Bug Tribe avatar. It was the legendary half-Spider King avatar. This time, he was going to enter the half-Spider Emperor's territory. With the legendary half-Spider King avatar as a cover, it would be more convenient. The legendary half-Spider King avatar was naturally stored in the Divine Artifacts space card. David used his ability to break space and left the underground base. Soon, he entered the half-Spider Emperor's territory. He used his ability to open a space passage and arrive at the periphery of the planet where the half-Spider Emperor's lair was. David had an accurate judgment of the half-Spider Emperor's strength. He came out of the space passage in a range that the half-Spider Emperor could not sense. At this point, he could already faintly see the planet in the distance. That was where the half-Spider Emperor's lair was. David summoned the legendary half-Spider King avatar and then entered the Divine Artifacts space card. This time, the Divine Artifacts space card did not hide under his control. The legendary half-Spider King avatar flew towards the planet with the Divine Artifacts space card. When he got close to the planet, the half-Spider Emperor's lair could already be seen. At this moment, a terrifying pressure fell on the body of the half-body Spider King clone. It seemed to be checking on the situation of the half-body Spider King clone. The half-Spider Emperor was in the lair, but it left a part of its consciousness to sense the situation around it. This habit was developed thanks to David. Last time, David came and emptied the lair of the half-Spider Emperor, losing all its treasures. This made the half-Spider Emperor very angry and more careful about the safety of the lair. When it found a legendary half-Spider King avatar, the half-Spider Emperor was very strange. It didn't know that there was such a legendary half-Spider King in its clan. In order to not let the half-Spider Emperor recognize the identity of the legendary half-Spider King avatar, David made some changes to its appearance. After the Half-Spider Emperor sensed and found that the legendary Half-Spider King avatar was indeed a legend of the Half-Spider clan, it was very curious. The Half-Spider Emperor didn't think that a legend would be resurrected. Besides, they were both part of the Half-Spider clan and could be trusted. "Little guy, which branch are you from? How come I've never seen you before?" The Half-Spider Emperor asked through its consciousness. David's consciousness was connected to the legendary Half-Spider King avatar, so he naturally heard the words of the Half-Spider Emperor. David was slightly nervous. If he was discovered at this time, not to mention the ambush plan, even if he wanted to leave, he would be chased by all the gods of the Bug Clan. "I'm a new legend. I don't belong to any branch. I advanced by chance." He controlled the legendary Half-Spider King avatar to reply through his consciousness. "No. Why is your aura so familiar? Come here and let me take a good look." The Half-Spider Emperor ordered in a deep voice. David's heart tightened at first, but when he heard that the Half-Spider King avatar was going to the lair of the Half-Spider Emperor, he became happy again. The legendary Half-Spider King avatar flew to the front of the huge lair. There were 2 demigods of the Bug Clan guarding the entrance. They must have received the orders of the Half-Spider Emperor, because the 2 demigods of the Bug Clan didn't stop the legendary Half-Spider King avatar. The legendary Half-Spider King avatar walked into the cave. The cave was still very bright, but without the decoration of a space stone, it didn't have the luster the last time he came here. David remembered that it was he who used the underground sneaking talent to mine all the better space stones in the space stone mine below the lair. Even the space stones used by the Half-Spider Emperor for decoration were all taken clean by him. After walking into the cave of the Half-Spider Emperor, David saw through the eyes of the legendary Half-Spider King avatar that the Half-Spider Emperor was lying on a pile of gems. The quality of these gems was obviously a bit worse. There were also some small space stones among them, which should have been found from other places temporarily. After seeing the legendary Half-Spider King avatar walk in, the Half-Spider Emperor stood up from the pile of gems and looked at the legendary Half-Spider King avatar. Its eyes were full of probing. The legendary Half-Spider King avatar made the Half-Spider Emperor think of another legendary Half-Spider King. That Half-Spider King had fallen, but the aura of the 2 was very similar. It was also because of this that the Half-Spider Emperor wanted to see the legendary Half-Spider King avatar. "Strange, too strange," the Half-Spider Emperor said softly. Its main arm waved, and the Half-Spider King avatar involuntarily flew towards it. David's mind was attached to the legendary Half-Spider King avatar, so he could naturally see the expression of the Half-Spider Emperor. This expression was very familiar to David. The Half-Spider Emperor's expression was a bit like how the researchers of the Interstellar Federation looked at a lab rat. Perhaps the Half-Spider Emperor wanted to dissect the legendary Half-Spider King avatar to explain its doubts. Although David felt very uncomfortable, he didn't want to resist. At this moment, there were no other arachnids in the cave except for the 6 level 3 half-spiders scattered around the cave. These 6 level 3 half-spiders were serving the Half-Spider Emperor. In the half-spider race, this kind of opportunity was very precious. The half-spider had some human characteristics. Its upper body was similar to a human's. Of course, the main difference was that although the upper body of the half-spider was similar to a human's, it was a bit too ugly. At least, there was no such ugly existence among humans. The legendary Half-Spider King avatar was controlled by a force and flew in front of the Half-Spider Emperor. At the same time, the half-body Spider Emperor stretched out a finger and tore apart a part of the shell of the legendary half-body Spider King clone, revealing the flesh inside. This was the half-body Spider Emperor's research to confirm the strangeness of the legendary half-body Spider King clone. Chapter 1278. The half-body Spider King avatar and the half-body Spider Emperor avatar were already very close, but David didn't immediately act. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill it. Actually, now that he was so close to the half-Spider Emperor, he already had a chance to assassinate it. However, David looked at the research status of the half-spider emperor and thought that there would be a better chance later. David had interacted with a lot of researchers. He knew that once they started their research, they would be very focused and their reactions to the outside world would be slow. The half-spider emperor picked out a piece of flesh from the body of the legendary half-spider king clone. Green blood gushed out and stained the ground. The half-spider emperor sensed the half-spider bloodline in its flesh. It realized that this legendary half-spider king and the fallen half-spider king were from the same half-spider bloodline, which made it even more suspicious. The half-spider emperor knew about the fall of the legendary half-spider king and had a conflict with the golden-winged beetle emperor because of it. The half-spider emperor opened another wound on the legendary half-spider king, Avatar, and took out another piece of flesh. David didn't care about the injury of the legendary half-spider king clone. It could be healed after some treatment. The half-spider emperor put the flesh in its mouth. Through this method, it could make more direct and accurate judgments. David finally didn't wait any longer. The half-spider emperor was very focused at this moment. More importantly, if he waited any longer, something might really happen. It could be seen that the half-spider emperor had found a problem. David's battle body avatar appeared right next to the half-spider emperor's body. The half-spider emperor was very vigilant. When it noticed the appearance of a powerful figure, it immediately activated its protective spider silk. However, when it saw the battle body avatar, it was stunned for a moment. It recognized the origin of the battle body avatar. The Queen Mother didn't announce that its battle body was destroyed. This would ruin its reputation. The insectoid world respected the strong. Although the Queen Mother could give orders to the insectoids through its innate ability, only those below the legendary rank would obey unconditionally. Not to mention the gods. Even the demigods would consider whether the Queen Mother's orders were appropriate. That was why the Queen Mother paid a huge price and consumed a large number of insectoids with great talent to complete the battle body. With the battle body, the Queen Mother had the ability to suppress the god ranks of the insectoids. This also made the Queen Mother gain the respect of the god ranks of the insectoids. When the half-spider emperor saw the battle body avatar, its first thought was that the Queen Mother had come for it. It was this moment of distraction that caused the half-spider emperor to lose the chance to save itself. The battle body avatar that suddenly appeared launched a stabbing attack with its 3 pairs of forelimbs. A good method would work even if it was repeated 100 times. The avatar used a method similar to how it had dealt with the shadow god to control the half-body spider emperor. This time, 2 of the battle body avatar's forelimbs pierced the heart of the half-spider emperor. When the 6 forelimbs of the battle body avatar lifted the huge insectoid body, the life of the half-spider emperor dissipated after struggling for a while. Even the battle body avatar's 6 forelimbs paralysis, poison, speed reduction, burning, bleeding, and freezing didn't have time to take effect before the battle ended. David had brought 3 god ranks of the insectoids with him this time. He had thought that if something went wrong, there would be Black Dragon Alexis as backup. However, David didn't expect that the battle body avatar alone would be able to finish off the half-spider emperor. In fact, the half-spider emperor had the weakest defense among all the god ranks of the insectoids. The front half of its body was similar to a human's, but the front half of its body also lacked a strong defensive shell. Compared to the other god ranks of the insectoids, it was still at a disadvantage in terms of defense. Of course, the half-spider emperor had stronger means. As long as its spider silk wasn't targeted, it could have an extremely strong control effect. If the half-spider emperor could choose the battlefield, its combat power would greatly increase. The biggest use of spider silk wasn't to spit it out on the spot, but to set up traps. Traps made with spider silk would only get tighter and tighter once trapped. The half-spider emperor wasn't very good at close combat among the god ranks of the insectoids. In the insectoid world, it mainly assisted the other god ranks of the insectoids in battle. The shadow attendant flew out and intercepted the soul of the half-spider emperor that was about to escape. David also rolled his mind and grabbed the imperial inheritance pattern that flew out of the half-spider emperor. After getting the imperial inheritance pattern, David was overjoyed. His goal this time was to get the imperial inheritance pattern. This risk was not in vain. He had obtained another royal inheritance rune. David held back the joy in his heart. His mind rolled up the body of the half-spider emperor and put it into the dimension pendant. The lair was completely silent. The 6 level 3 half-body spiders were too weak, and the aura of the avatar was enough to crush their souls. There was quite a commotion in the lair, but the 2 demigods outside didn't react. The lair had the effect of isolating everything inside. Although the insectoids couldn't learn how to draw the pattern, they could extract the essence energy of certain types of insectoids to create a certain effect. Inside the lair, there were 2 inconspicuous insectoid bone fragments that had the effect of isolating the lair. The technique of isolating the bone fragments was very cruel. It required the insectoids with the isolation talent to be raised to level 4 or above. Then, a secret technique would be used to solidify the isolation talent within the insectoid's body. In the end, the insectoid's flesh and most of its bones would become the material used to solidify the isolation talent. As far as the 2 insectoid demigods knew, it was impossible for anything harmful to the half-body spider emperor to happen in its cave. The mission of the 2 insectoid demigods was not to protect the half-body spider emperor, but to protect the nest so that it could not enter and leave as it pleased. As for protecting the god-level half-body spider emperor, with the combat power of the 2 insectoid demigods, they really did not have the qualifications to protect the half-body spider emperor. David scanned the lair with his mind. This time, he took everything that could be taken away. This was probably the last time David would come to this lair. Now that the half-spider emperor was killed, this lair would also fall apart. All of this happened in an instant. David finished all of this and had his battle body avatar stand on the side of the lair. "My lord invites you in," the legendary half-spider emperor avatar said to the 2 demigods outside the lair. The 2 demigods didn't hesitate. They didn't think that this wasn't an order from the half-spider emperor. The 2 demigods were the demigod half-spider emperor. They were demigods of the same race as the half-spider emperor. They were specially transferred here to strengthen the defense of the lair. The other demigod was the demigod one-eyed beetle king. This was also a demigod with extremely strong killing power. The light from its single eye had a petrifying effect. It was an extremely terrifying existence. The demigod half-spider emperor and the demigod one-eyed beetle king entered the lair. As soon as they passed the 2 isolation bone fragments, they were suppressed by a heavenly aura. Then, the battle body avatar flashed between the 2 demigods and stabbed out with its 2 forelimbs. Even if the 2 demigods had known beforehand, they wouldn't have been able to dodge the battle body avatar's attack. In fact, only David's god-level avatar would do something like this. Perhaps David was only a demigod and didn't have the awareness that a god level should have. Therefore, in terms of fighting style, he never thought of fighting on equal terms. Sneak attacks and traps were all used. As long as he could achieve his goal, David didn't care about the methods. A pinnacle god level had ambushed 2 bug tribe demigods. Under normal circumstances, no god level would do such a thing. Similarly, the shadow attendant was responsible for absorbing the souls, and David was responsible for putting away the 2 demigods' bodies. David didn't dare to stay for long. He used his talent ability, break space, and opened a space tunnel. He put the battle body avatar and a legendary half-spider emperor into the divine space card and disappeared in a flash. Just 3 breaths after David left, the golden-winged beetle emperor appeared outside the lair. The golden-winged beetle emperor rushed into the lair. When it saw the empty lair, it felt a chill in its heart. Just a moment ago, the half-spider emperor sent out a distress signal. The signal seemed to have been too tight, so it only sent out a distress signal without any additional information. The golden-winged beetle emperor was the closest. It immediately contacted the Queen Mother and the other god-level insectoids. After knowing that they would arrive soon, it broke through space and came to the half-spider emperor's lair. It was because of this delay that David was able to take away the body of the half-body spider emperor and kill the two demigod insectoids that were guarding the entrance of the cave. The golden-winged beetle emperor had no choice. It had suddenly received a distress signal from the half-body spider emperor, and it had quite a bit of enmity with the half-body spider emperor. If it rashly came to the half-body spider emperor's lair without informing the other god-level insectoids, it might cause some misunderstanding. Space broke open again, and this time, it was the extreme electric scorpion emperor. These two god-level insectoids were the fastest and the first to arrive. Did you find the half-spider emperor? The extreme electric scorpion emperor saw the golden-winged beetle emperor as soon as it entered the lair and immediately asked, "No, there are still some remnants of its aura. I think the half-spider emperor was here a moment ago." The golden-winged beetle emperor was very familiar with the half-spider emperor and said in a deep voice. Shock flashed through the eyes of the extreme electric sky scorpion emperor. It must be known that they had confirmed that something had happened to the spider emperor in the lair. From the time they received the distress signal to the time they arrived, it had only been 10 breaths. What kind of enemy did the half-spider emperor meet? It couldn't even last 10 breaths. Perhaps it shouldn't be said to be 10 breaths of time. It should be far less than 10 breaths of time. Otherwise, they should have been able to meet the other party. There's the aura of space energy here. The murderer used a long-range space ability to leave here. The extreme electric scorpion emperor also sensed carefully and discovered something. The golden-winged beetle emperor also came to the location the extreme electric scorpion emperor sensed. It flapped its wings and broke through space. After sensing for a while, it gave up on the idea of tracking. I can't find the other end of the space tunnel. The golden-winged beetle emperor said helplessly. The golden-winged beetle emperor couldn't sense the other end of the space tunnel. There was only one possibility. This long-range space ability wasn't like the god-level insectoids that could tear through space. If it was an innate ability to move through space, it could open a space tunnel recognized by the world. This kind of tunnel was very hard to track. The golden-winged beetle emperor and the extreme electric scorpion emperor glanced at each other. They both had deep fear in their eyes. A terrifying existence that could instantly kill a half-body spider emperor and move freely in the insectoid world made the two god-level insectoids feel a strong threat. The insectoid world originally had 9 godly ranks. This didn't include the queen's battle body. It referred to the godly ranks with the inheritance rune. However, now that there were only 6 insectoid gods left, the 2 insectoid gods couldn't help but fall into a state of extreme panic. Golden-winged beetle emperor. What happened to the half-spider emperor? The queen asked in the soul of the golden-winged beetle emperor. The queen mother had a very bad feeling. Just as the half-body spider emperor sent out a distress signal, one of the inheritance runes stopped absorbing faith power. 2 things happened at the same time. The queen couldn't help but think about the connection between the two. It's very likely that the half-spider emperor has already fallen, and there's nothing in its nest. Also, there should be 2 demigods guarding it. They're not there either. The chances of them being killed is very high. The golden-winged beetle emperor replied in a deep voice. All godly ranks, come to the hive. Don't move alone. We're in big trouble. The queen used her ability to send an order to the godly ranks of the insectoids that were rushing over. The queen was no longer worried about the half-spider emperor being killed. Instead, she couldn't let the insectoids lose any more godly ranks. The number of godly ranks of the insectoids had dropped to an extremely dangerous level. Chapter 1279. The golden-winged beetle emperor sent an order to the demigod golden-winged beetle king's clone. You're in charge of the territory. All the Zergs in the territory are under your control. Your first task is to take over the half-body spider emperor's territory. David didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this order. The golden-winged beetle emperor had handed over the entire territory to the demigod golden-winged beetle king's clone. However, he soon noticed something noteworthy about this order. which was that the golden-winged beetle emperor would not return to its territory for a long time. As for seizing the territory of the half-spider emperor, this was also a normal thing. With the fall of the half-spider emperor, the territory would naturally belong to whoever acted faster. The golden-winged beetle emperor's territory and the half-body spider emperor's territory were closely connected. It was also the most convenient way to take over more territory. To prevent the golden-winged beetle emperor from suspecting anything, David let the demigod golden-winged beetle king's clone lead the Zergs in its territory to take over the half-body spider emperor's territory. To be honest, if the golden-winged beetle emperor was still in its territory, David might have really gone to look for it. The main reason was that the process of killing the half-body spider emperor was too smooth. This made David want more. David returned to the underground base of the demigod golden-winged beetle king's clone's territory. He checked all the information in the Zerg's communication network and found an important piece of information. Many Zerg god-level Zerg had left their territory. This movement of the Zerg god-level Zerg attracted the attention of the Zerg demigods. In the Zerg communication network of the demigod golden-winged beetle king's clone, there was a section for the Zerg demigods to leave messages. These Zerg demigods were very concerned about the movements of the Zerg god-level Zerg, and were all trying to guess what had happened. It hadn't been long since the half-body spider emperor was killed. The Zerg god-level Zerg hadn't released the news yet, so some questions had already arisen. David had some guesses. It was very likely that he had attacked the half-body spider emperor and caused the Zerg god-level Zerg to panic. It made sense. Anyone who encountered a powerhouse of the same level who was instantly killed would have to consider whether they would be the same. Since he could not locate the bug tribe god level, David gave up on the idea of continuing the ambush. David analyzed his own strength. He suddenly realized that as long as he revived the Spider Emperor, he would have the top fighting power to fight against the Zergs. The Titan Golden Emperor Doppelganger, the Blade Mantis Emperor Doppelganger, the Battle Form Doppelganger, and the Black Dragon Alexis were 4 god-level fighters. Including the half-body Spider Emperor, there were 5 god-level fighters. The Insectoids, including the Queen Mother, only had 6 god-level insectoids. All of David's god-level insectoids had mastered the God of War talent, so they were extremely powerful. Even if they had 1 less god-level insectoid, they could still completely suppress the 6 god-level insectoids. David thought to himself excitedly. He felt like he could finally hold his head high in the insectoid world. However, this excitement did not last long. He forcefully suppressed it because he thought of something. The god-level insectoids were extremely powerful, but the scariest thing about the insectoid world was the sheer number of insectoids. The number of insectoids in the insectoid world was almost endless. If an insectoid horde were to occur, it would be a scene that would cover the sky and cover the sun. David did not want to fight an inexhaustible insectoid horde. Besides, David only wanted the ability to protect himself. He did not want to steal the Queen Mother's control over the insectoids. At least for now, David did not have such thoughts. He still needed to develop his strength. David released the Titan Golden Emperor clone, the Blade Mantis Emperor clone, and the Battlesuit clone from the Divine Artifact space card. At the same time, he gave the 5 demigod clones the new Imperial Inheritance pattern. Currently, the Titan Golden Armored Emperor clone, the Blade Mantis Emperor clone, and the Battleform clone were sharing the same Emperor-class inheritance rune. The strength of these 3 God-class insectoid clones had stabilized. After that, they would continue to strengthen themselves. This was a painstaking effort, and they needed enough godly power. David now hoped that the 5 demigod clones would become god-level as soon as possible. Then, he would have enough strength to deal with any trouble. The demigod clones cultivated the Black Dragon's dormant body. They were god-level life forms, the Black Dragon's body. They were completely replicas of David's original body. Once the demigod clones became god-level, they would have the strength of 5 Black Dragon Alexis. Perhaps due to time constraints, the true power of the demigod clones could not be compared to the Black Dragon Alexis. However, the demigod clones could be equipped with divine artifacts. The divine artifacts on their bodies could make up for some of the difference in strength. In addition, There were 5 half-body clones, and all 5 of them were of the same mind. When the 5 clones fought together, their strength would be comparable to 5 Black Dragon Alexis. A day later, David was thinking about training while injecting the indestructible life force into the body of the half-Spider Emperor in the Space Pendant. When he took out the corpse of the half-Spider Emperor from the Space Pendant, it already had life force. David was very familiar with reviving God-level creatures. Especially this time, the Shadow Attendant only took a day to purify the soul of the half-body Spider Emperor. With the help of the World Tree, David was only slightly reluctant to part with the God-level Soul Clone's power. He then injected the God-level Soul Clone back into the body of the half-body Spider Emperor. He borrowed some godly power from the 5 demigod clones. When the God-level Soul Clone was fusing with the half-body Spider Emperor, the godly power was channeled into the God-level Soul Clone's body to speed up the fusion. When the soul space of the half-body Spider Emperor was opened and many ability patterns were formed in the soul space, David added another God-level bug clone. The half-body Spider Emperor clone didn't have many divine rank talent abilities. It was mainly the divine rank talent abilities that revolve around Spider Silk. The half-Spider Emperor clone's close combat ability was only average, and it was ranked at the bottom of the God-level insectoids. However, relying on the terrifying control effect of the Spider Silk, its strength was enough to make any God-level insectoid wary. Otherwise, the half-body Spider Emperor would not be able to fight against the golden-winged Beetle Emperor for a long time. The golden-winged Beetle Emperor would not be able to do anything. David looked at the upper body of the half-Spider Emperor avatar and frowned slightly. Perhaps it was because the half-Spider Emperor avatar's intelligence and imprint had been purified. The upper body of the half-Spider Emperor avatar turned into David's appearance during the process of the fusion of the godly body and the godly body. David would not accept such a half-body Spider Emperor. It was fine if this form of the half-body Spider Emperor appeared in the bug world, but if it appeared in the great world of God or the Interstellar Federation, it would be a huge joke. The reason why this happened was because half of the Spider Emperor's body was half-human. The God-level bug clones in the past did not have this concern at all. The good thing was that the half-body Spider Emperor clone's God-level body was materialized with God-level energy. It was not easy to adjust the structure, but it was still possible to change its appearance. David let the half-body Spider Emperor clone change its upper body into the form of a beautiful human woman. He then took out a set of half-body armor for the half-body Spider Emperor clone to equip. This made the half-body Spider Emperor clone's appearance more suitable for human aesthetics. Looking at the half-body Spider Emperor clone in front of him, other than its huge God-level body that was daunting, its appearance was actually very pleasing to the eye. The half-body Spider Emperor clone could not participate in battle yet. It needed to modify its outer shell to strengthen its defense and attack. After David revived the half-body Spider Emperor clone, he continued to revive the other 2 demigods of the Bug Clan. The demigods that were assigned to guard the nest by the half-body Spider Emperor were not bad in terms of strength. The demigod half-body Spider King and the demigod one-eyed Beetle King were successfully revived after a period of time and became David's new fighting force. The nest of the Queen Mother was also called the Nest by the Bug Clan. It was the root of the Bug Clan and the origin of the Bug Clan. Today, in the huge space of the nest, 5 God-level bug clones were standing in front of the Queen Mother, which was even bigger than the mountain of flesh. The half-body Spider Emperor has been confirmed to have fallen. The Queen Mother said in a deep voice. Not long ago, the half-body Spider Emperor's inheritance pattern started to operate and joined in the absorption of the Bug Clan's faith power. After the inheritance pattern started to operate, the Queen Mother tried to communicate with the half-body Spider Emperor through the soul connection. However, she could not communicate with the half-body Spider Emperor at all. This meant that the half-body Spider Emperor had fallen. Previously, they had seen the scene in the half-body Spider Emperor's nest and the distress signal of the half-body Spider Emperor, so they knew that the half-body Spider Emperor had been killed. However, before seeing the corpse of the half-body Spider Emperor, The god-level bug clones were still holding on to a sliver of hope. Do you know who did it? We can guess, but at least we need to have a target to investigate. The Sky Fire Illusion Butterfly Emperor said in a deep voice. The other god-level bug clones were silent. They could not answer this question either. It's the demigod Arthur, the Queen Mother said hatefully. The Queen Mother's tone was very certain. She seemed to be very confident. Great Queen Mother, how can you be so sure? The Sky Fire Illusion Butterfly Emperor asked in disbelief. Although the demigod Arthur was a wanted criminal in the Bug Clan world and even started a great world war for him, that was only because they suspected that the demigod Arthur had something to do with the inheritance pattern. As for how powerful the demigod Arthur was, there was no actual evidence. Even if the demigod Arthur and the black dragon Alexis wanted to kill the half-body spider emperor in its nest, it would be impossible. My battle body fought the demigod Arthur before. Although the demigod Arthur wasn't powerful, the divine weapon in his hand had a lethal effect. At the same time, his energy was very destructive and could break through all defenses in an instant. As long as he cooperated with the black dragon Alexis, it was possible to kill him instantly. That was how my battle body was destroyed. The Queen Mother said in a deep voice. The Queen Mother hadn't announced the destruction of her battle body, but some of the bug race's god-level experts had some guesses about it. Now that they heard the Queen Mother's confirmation, they were very worried. It's just that I didn't expect the demigod Arthur to be so bold as to enter the lair of the half-spider emperor and kill it. I'm afraid the demigod Arthur's strength has increased. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such confidence. The Mother Queen continued. Queen Mother, this is not direct evidence. The Ice Silkworm Emperor said softly. From the Ice Silkworm Emperor's point of view, the Queen Mother's obsession with demigod Arthur was more likely due to the destruction of her battle body. That was why she had such thoughts. It wasn't just the Ice Silkworm Emperor. The other god-level bug clones had the same expression. Demigod Arthur always takes away all the items at the scene. This is his style. There's also the Emperor Inheritance Rune. I highly suspect that demigod Arthur is cultivating his own god rank. The Queen Mother said in a low voice. After the demigod Arthur obtained the imperial inheritance pattern, he realized how powerful it was. He had to find a way to make use of it. From what the Mother Empress felt after coming in contact with humans, humans were extremely greedy creatures. Once they discovered the benefits of an Emperor rank inheritance rune, they would want more. This was why the bug clones had always kept the existence of the imperial inheritance pattern a secret from humans. The Queen Mother knew that if humans knew about such a treasure, they would do everything they could to obtain it. Queen Mother, what do we do now? The Sky Fire Illusion Butterfly Emperor agreed with the Queen Mother's judgment. It was waiting for the Queen Mother to make a decision. First of all, we can't split up. Everyone here will stay in the hive from now on. Also, we need to cultivate more god-level creatures. Everyone, choose a suitable target from your own race and gather them in the hive. I believe that in 10 years, the Bug Clan will have the ability to protect themselves again. The Queen Mother said her decision. The 5 god-level bug clones fell into deep thought. Why would only the ones with the imperial inheritance pattern be god-level? It was because of how precious the imperial inheritance pattern was. Therefore, the god-level bug clones wouldn't be at ease giving it to other bugs. Even if it was their own juniors, the bug clones wouldn't be at ease. One had to know that the imperial inheritance pattern could increase one's strength very quickly. In the bug world, if the imperial inheritance pattern was given to another bug clan member, they could become god-level in a few years. Once an insectoid borrowed an emperor rank inheritance rune and didn't return it, the consequences would be dire. The god-level insectoid strength would continuously drop, while the insectoid that borrowed the emperor rank inheritance rune would continuously increase their strength. Chapter 1280. I hope everyone can consider the current situation of insectoids. I know the risk of handing over the inheritance runes to other insectoids, but what can happen if we gather all the insectoids that can be trained in the hive under our surveillance? The Queen Mother could see the worry in the 5 insectoids' eyes, so she tried to persuade them. The sky, fire, illusionary butterfly emperor nodded and said, "That's possible. But even if it's a godly rank nurtured by an emperor inheritance pattern, without a long period of strengthening, it's still the weakest godly rank." The reason why the god-level insectoids were so powerful and could fight against Black Dragon Alexis was because they used the godly power provided by the inheritance rune to strengthen their godly body. This process took tens of thousands of years. The insectoids were also aware of their own weakness. They lacked the study of the rules. This was not because they did not work hard, but because the rules of the insectoid world limited them. The insectoids obtained the fastest and most powerful way to become godly, the inheritance pattern, but when they obtained the benefits, there would be restrictions. This was a special feature of the rules of the world. What I'm worried about now is not whether the god level we cultivate is weak. I'm worried that if the demigod Arthur is cultivating a god level like the Queen Mother said, will we be able to cultivate a god level before demigod Arthur? There's a reason why there have never been more than 10 god-level existences in the insectoid world. The Death Chi Worm Emperor reminded them. The Death Chi Worm Emperor's reminder shocked all the insectoid deities present. They hadn't thought of this before. The main reason was that it was very difficult to reach god level. There were a total of 9 inheritance patterns. It was not that no insectoids had tried to cultivate god-level existences, but no matter how hard they tried, there were never more than 10 god-level existences in the insectoid world. The number of 10 was like a curse that could not be broken. Of course, the Queen Mother's body was not a true god level. It was just a puppet. The Queen Mother's method of cultivating her body was more troublesome than the inheritance pattern. Other than needing the inheritance pattern to provide godly power, it also consumed the lives of many insectoid geniuses. The 10-digit limit was merely a legend among the bug tribe's god-level experts. It had yet to be proven. However, that was the truth. Even at the peak of the bug tribe's prosperity, there had not been more than 10 god-level existences. Find the demigods immediately. Send the strongest demigods of each race to the hive. Begin the training program immediately. The Queen Mother ordered in a deep voice. It was also anxious. If there was really a limit of 10, and the demigod Arthur managed to nurture a god-tier monster and snatch the god-tier slot in the bug tribe world, they would never be able to increase their strength. David was currently training in the underground base. He did not plan to return to the great world of God for the time being. The black gas pillar above his head was too conspicuous. There was nothing going on at the Interstellar Federation, so he stayed in the Zerg world to train. Just as he was resting after finishing a round of training, he received a signal from the demigod golden-winged beetle king's doppelganger. His mind jumped, and he entered the soul of the demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger. Just as he was training, the demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger received an order from the golden-winged beetle king doppelganger to head to the hive after taking care of the territory's affairs. David found information about the hive in the bug tribe's communication network. The hive was the residence of the Queen Mother, and it was also the origin of the bug tribe. David wondered why the golden-winged beetle king doppelganger was asking the demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger to head to the hive. However, since it was an order from the golden-winged beetle king doppelganger, the demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger had to go. What disappointed him was that the demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger lost the authority it had just obtained. The other bug tribe members took over the authority to control the territory. David thought for a moment and took out the divine artifact space card. He handed it to the demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger and sent his battle-form doppelganger into the divine artifact space card. It would be fine if there were no problems, but if there were, the battle-form doppelganger could definitely escape with the demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger. The battle-form doppelganger had the power of space. In the bug tribe's world, the battle-form doppelganger could even open a space tunnel from anywhere in the bug tribe's world to David. If the demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger was exposed, then the underground base would be exposed as well. Then, there would be no need to hide the underground base. With the power there, even if all the God-level bug tribe members came after him, David was confident he could beat them. Therefore, David wasn't worried about the safety of the demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger at all. He let the demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger take the divine artifact space card and leave the territory. The demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger flew very quickly. After flying for a day, it arrived at its destination. David's mind entered the demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger's body. He used the demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger's eyes to see the legendary bug hive. This was the bug tribe's holy land. Every bug greatly admired this place. The bug hive was a planet, but the planet's surface was no longer visible. It was completely covered in a thick layer of dark green goo. David felt uncomfortable looking at it, but the demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger was enjoying it. When it landed on the surface of the bug hive, it felt like it had returned home. At such a close distance, David could sense that this dark green mucus was very special. It looked like an ordinary mucus, but it was of a very high grade. If this mucus was placed in a divine macro world, it would probably reach the standard of a divine macro world. If one wanted to break through the goo wall of the bug hive, one would need a good divine artifact to do so. The entire planet was covered in goo. Even with a divine artifact, it would be difficult to break through multiple walls of goo. Whether one wanted to force their way in or break out, it would take a very long time. That was just what David saw. The bug hive might have other functions he didn't know about. As soon as the demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger landed on the surface of the bug hive, a hole opened in the ground in front of it. The demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger didn't hesitate. It jumped into the hole. David realized that the dark green goo walls could be reassembled at will. For example, the hole wasn't originally there. It seemed to have been reassembled to welcome the demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger. There was a long tunnel inside the hole. The tunnel didn't have any forks. The demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger followed the tunnel and went deep into the planet. The demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger traveled a few hundred meters and finally reached its destination. It was a space. After the demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger entered this space, the tunnel behind it closed automatically and disappeared. There was already a bug demigod in this space. It was the demigod extreme electric heavenly scorpion king. The demigod extreme electric heavenly scorpion king also saw the demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger. They didn't speak, but David could see the doubt in the demigod extreme electric heavenly scorpion king's eyes. Clearly, he didn't know why he was there. There were no other entrances or exits in this space. It made sense. With the dark green goo's characteristics, there was no need to set up any entrances or exits. This was the most special construction method David had ever seen. However, humans would probably go crazy in such an environment. After a while, another bug demigod arrived. It was the demigod sky, fire, illusion butterfly king. David could tell that the demigods of the bug race had gathered. As the demigod extreme electric heavenly scorpion king doppelganger and the demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger were the fastest, they were the first to arrive. The demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger took some time and was one step behind the demigod extreme electric heavenly scorpion king. As if to confirm David's speculation, the demigod ice silkworm king and the demigod death chi-worm king also arrived. The 5 demigods who belonged to the same race as the bug tribe's god-level powerhouses were gathered in this space. The space was very quiet. This was the hive, the holy land of the bug race. Even if the 5 bug race demigods had doubts, none of them broke the silence. The demigod golden-winged beetle king doppelganger felt the ripples of space energy. The other 4 bug race demigods also felt it and looked towards the center of the space. A spatial tunnel appeared there, and the figure of the Skyfire illusionary butterfly emperor flew out of it. You are the elites of the bug race. To be able to become a demigod through cultivation, You have the strongest talent. The race has decided to give you a chance to use the royal inheritance pattern to increase your strength. You need to become a god in the shortest time possible, the Sky Fire Illusion Butterfly Emperor said in a low voice. The Sky Fire Illusion Butterfly Emperor's words made the 5 bug race demigods unable to believe their ears. They all wondered if they were hallucinating. Every bug race demigod here had been a demigod for at least a few thousand years. Under normal circumstances, they would stay at demigod level until the end of their lives. This was the fate of the bug race demigods. The bug race world had never had a demigod become a god through cultivation. Without the help of the royal inheritance pattern, it was impossible to become a god. However, the royal inheritance pattern was the most precious treasure of every bug race demigod. It was impossible to lend it to a demigod bug race demigod. For example, the reason the Blade Mantis Emperor had lent the royal inheritance pattern to a demigod was because that demigod's strength was only at the legendary level, and he was in the great world of God. To return to the bug race world, he had to pass through the space door, which was within the range of the Blade Mantis Emperor's control. Now, the Sky Fire Illusionary Butterfly Emperor was saying that it would lend them the inheritance rune to break through to the god level. This news shocked the 5 god-level insectoids. Even David was extremely surprised when he heard this news. This is a rare opportunity. Also, I have to tell you that it's very likely that there will be at most 4 god-ranked experts among you. The earlier you become a god-ranked expert, the greater your chances. The Skyfire Illusionary Butterfly Emperor continued. The demigods that have been mobilized this time were the strongest demigods among the bug race demigods. Starting from the lowest level, they could cultivate the most loyal subordinates. However, it would also take the longest time. Originally, according to the bug race demigods' thoughts, it would be best to choose from the newly born demigods to cultivate. However, if they wanted to compete with demigod Arthur in terms of cultivation speed, they naturally could not choose the low-level bug race. These bug race demigods, who had been demigods for a long time, were only a hair's breadth away from becoming gods. However, due to the restrictions of the bug race world, this hair's breadth was an insurmountable moat. The 5 bug race demigods were all excited. They looked at the Sky Fire Illusion Butterfly Emperor with fervent eyes. Due to the preciousness of the royal inheritance pattern, you can only use it in this space. Once you become a god, you will have to return it. Of course, in the future, you will also have the opportunity to use the divine power of the royal inheritance pattern. The Queen Mother is currently researching the monthly quota of divine power. It will be enough for you to maintain your strength and improve yourselves. The Sky Fire Illusion Butterfly Emperor released a bit of its aura to calm the 5 bug race demigods down. The insectoid demigods understood what the insectoid god level was thinking. The inheritance rune was the foundation of a god level. The insectoid god level being willing to share was already very generous. The insectoid demigods didn't dare to have any other ideas. Moreover, the bug race demigods were all demigods of the same race. They were the most reliable. However, no one would have thought that there would be a special existence here. The demigod golden-winged beetle king's clone was that special existence. In fact, the Queen Mother had already thought of everything. She had set the cultivation base inside the hive. With the hive's strong defense, even if the bug race demigods inside were to do anything strange, they would not be able to leave this space. The demigods that were chosen did not have spatial abilities. They would not be able to break through space and leave. Of course, even if they had spatial abilities, they would not be able to use them inside the hive without god-level strength. It could be said that the cultivation base that the Queen Mother had designed was extremely safe. As long as there were no accidents, it would be a perfect plan. After the Sky Fire Illusionary Butterfly Emperor finished its task, it removed its royal inheritance rune from its body and reluctantly handed it over to the demigod Sky Fire Illusionary Butterfly King. Although the Sky Fire Illusion Butterfly Emperor did not say anything, the demigod Sky Fire Illusion Butterfly Emperor understood the warning in its eyes. The demigod Sky Fire Illusion Butterfly Emperor took the royal inheritance pattern with the most respectful attitude and carefully guided it into its body. Chapter 1281. As the Sky Fire Fantasy Butterfly Emperor guided its royal inheritance rune into the demigod Sky Fire Fantasy Butterfly Monarch, 4 royal inheritance runes appeared in the space and flew towards the other 4 demigods of the bug tribe. The demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King clone felt the aura of the Golden-Winged Beetle Emperor from the Imperial Inheritance pattern that flew towards it. Needless to say, this was the Imperial Inheritance pattern that the Golden-Winged Beetle Emperor had. David did not expect the Golden-Winged Beetle Emperor to do something that he had never done before. As soon as the Imperial Inheritance pattern entered the body of the demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King clone, godly power poured out. The 5 demigods immediately fell into a state of cultivation. The Sky Fire Fantasy Butterfly Emperor's silhouette broke open the space and left the 5 demigods behind. Even if David did not release his mind power, he could still sense that there were at least 5 god-level demigods monitoring the space. Even if a pinnacle demigod of the bug tribe used the Imperial Inheritance pattern to cultivate, it would take a long time for them to ascend to god level. Although the demigods of the bug tribe did not understand what the Sky Fire Fantasy Butterfly Emperor meant when it said that there were only 4 slots to ascend to god level, they knew that this was a rare opportunity. Without any hesitation, they began to cultivate. David gave the demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King's clone a copy of the Path of Shepherding Inheritance. He didn't want the demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King's clone to use the most primitive method to train. The demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King clone had been resurrected. Although it had recovered for a long time, it was still some distance away from the true peak demigod power. Now that 5 god-level demigods were watching, David did not want to do anything at this time. He might as well let the demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King clone cultivate first. The demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King clone obtained pure divine power from the Emperor Inheritance rune. Through the inheritance method of the Path of Shepherding, the divine power was transformed into various strengthening runes that were used on various parts of its body. The demigod body of the demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King clone was growing stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 5 insectoid gods weren't particularly aware of its cultivation, so they didn't notice the difference in its cultivation method. On the other side, David left the underground base with the Black Dragon Alexis, the Titan Golden Emperor, and the Blade Mantis Emperor. Without the Divine Artifact Space card, David didn't have much of an effect. The Black Dragon Alexis, the Titan Golden Emperor, and the Blade Mantis Emperor were all stored in his soul space. The space there was bigger than the 2 space fragments in the Divine Artifact Space card combined. It was also something David could carry around with him at all times. David's target this time was the nest of the Sky Fire Illusionary Butterfly Emperor. After activating the Void Break talent dozens of times, he suddenly appeared in front of a cave on a mountain peak. His appearance was immediately discovered by the insectoids around him. Sharp insectoids screeched. From all directions, from the ground and from the sky, insectoids flew over. A demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King rushed out of the cave. It seemed to be the insectoid guarding the nest. David waved his hand, and the Black Dragon Alexis appeared. The Black Dragon Alexis first slapped the demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King. With the god of war talent and the huge difference in level, the demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King couldn't resist at all. It couldn't even release its strongest flame before it was slapped into the ground by the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis ignored the demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King, which had lost its ability to move. It turned around and let out a dragon roar at the insectoids that had gathered in the distance. The terrifying dragon roar was like a sonic bomb. It brought with it a visible sonic shockwave that surged forward. The powerful suppressive force of a top-tier god-level life form, coupled with the destructive power of the dragon roar itself, caused all the insectoids in its path to fall under the dragon roar, except for a few that were relatively strong or had special suppressive abilities. David took out the Divine Knight's battle sword and stabbed it into the demigod golden-winged beetle king's heart. The shadow attendant absorbed the soul, and he put the corpse into his dimensional pendant. Next, he walked into the cave. His mind was faster than his body, and he had already circled around the Skyfire illusionary butterfly emperor's nest. Everywhere he went, he collected everything into his interspatial pendant. Anything that could catch the eye of the Skyfire illusionary butterfly emperor and be put into the nest was extraordinary. There were even parts of the outer shell that the Skyfire illusionary butterfly emperor had shed. These were real god-level materials, and with some demigod-level materials, he had gained quite a lot this time. Of course, this wasn't David's main goal. After David cleaned out the Skyfire illusionary butterfly emperor's nest, he turned around and left the nest. At this time, there were insectoid corpses everywhere. Black Dragon Alexis, who didn't care at all, killed all the insectoids in its sight. The insectoids had lost their commander, and they were attacked by the god-level Black Dragon Alexis. Naturally, they couldn't fight back at all. "Okay, Alexis, let's go," David ordered in a deep voice. The Black Dragon Alexis stopped fighting. Its mind scanned, and it put away all the insectoid corpses above level 5. This was David's request. The Black Dragon Alexis was used to collecting the spoils after every battle. "Well done this time," David said to the Black Dragon Alexis with a smile. "I'll give you all the gems in the Skyfire illusionary butterfly emperor's nest." The Black Dragon Alexis was excited. Like all giant dragons, it liked shiny things. It especially liked to sleep with all kinds of gems under its body. That was an absolute pleasure. In the storage space of the Black Dragon Alexis, there were already a lot of gems. They were all given to it by David in the past. Far away in the nest, the Skyfire illusionary butterfly emperor was paying attention to the demigod Skyfire illusionary butterfly emperor's training. However, it sensed a message from its nest. First, the alarm in the nest was triggered. This was a warning system that the Skyfire illusionary butterfly emperor had set up in its nest. It was connected to its soul. If that was the case, perhaps some insectoids had accidentally touched it. But then, a subordinate sent a message through the insectoid communication network that the nest was under attack. The terrifying Black Dragon was slaughtering the insectoids. The Skyfire illusionary butterfly emperor couldn't stay there quietly anymore. It turned around and flew towards the Queen Mother. The other 4 god-level insectoids also understood what was going on and followed. As for the 5 demigods in the space, the 5 god-level insectoids weren't too worried. The 5 demigods were chosen by the 5 god-level insectoids, so the possibility of them betraying them was very low. Plus, this was an insectoid nest. The walls of dark green mucus around it weren't something demigods could break through. The reason the 5 bug tribe god-level experts have been keeping an eye on him was because of psychological reasons. The Skyfire illusionary butterfly emperor looked at the Queen Mother and asked in a low voice, "Queen Mother, my nest is under attack. I need your help." The Queen Mother didn't say anything. She used her soul to sense the situation in the faraway Skyfire illusionary butterfly emperor's nest. The Queen Mother said helplessly, "Skyfire illusionary butterfly emperor, it's too late for you to go now. I suspect that the Black Dragon and the demigod Arthur are deliberately causing us to panic. Your loss is unavoidable. The other god-level insectoids, please order your subordinates to put away the treasures in the nest. Our mission now is to cultivate new god-level insectoids. That's the most important thing." Although the Skyfire illusionary butterfly emperor was a little dissatisfied, it still listened to the Queen Mother's explanation. Actually, the Skyfire illusionary butterfly emperor also understood that it was too late to go back now. The demigod Arthur and the Black Dragon had attacked together. The defenses of the nest couldn't stop them for even a moment. The Skyfire illusionary butterfly emperor was heartbroken about the treasures in the nest. Those were the treasures it had accumulated over tens of millions of years. The god-level insectoids were invincible in the insectoid world, so there was no need to worry about the treasures piling up in the nest. This time, the queen mother had invited it to come to the insectoid nest. As it had left in a hurry, it hadn't put away the treasures. Who would have thought that the great black dragon and the demigod Arthur would join forces to rob it? The other 4 god-level insectoids heard the queen mother's reminder and quickly contacted the loyal insectoids in their race to put away all the treasures in their nests. They didn't want to become targets of robbery as well. Just as the 5 god-level insectoids were talking to the queen mother, the demigod golden-winged beetle king's clone that had been cultivating in a huge enclosed space suddenly stopped. David sensed the 5 god-level auras around him through the demigod golden-winged beetle king's clone. How could he let go of the opportunity he'd created? David wasn't robbing the Skyfire illusionary butterfly emperor's nest for nothing. His goal was to distract the 5 god-level insectoids from paying attention to the 5 demigods for a short period of time. The space card hidden under the shell of the demigod golden-winged beetle king's clone glowed faintly. Then, the battle-form clone appeared in the space. As soon as the battle-form clone appeared, it injected a beam of godly power into the 4 demigods' bodies to imprison them. The 4 demigods were in a state of cultivation, so they weren't prepared for this sudden attack at all. Of course, even if the 4 demigods had been prepared, they wouldn't have been able to do anything in the face of the battle-form clone. The battle-form clone scanned the 4 demigods with his mind power and put them, along with the demigod golden-winged beetle king's clone, into the space card. The reason he didn't kill the 4 demigods was that if he did, the emperor-level inheritance patterns in their bodies would automatically leave their bodies. In this hive, the emperor-level inheritance patterns were too close to their owners. As long as the patterns left the demigods' bodies, they would automatically return to their owners. Even if the battle-form clone seized them, he might not be able to completely control all of the emperor-level inheritance patterns. David chose the safest way, which was to use the space card's ability to completely isolate space. He put the demigods into the space card, which would completely isolate the emperor-level inheritance patterns from their owners. After the battle-form clone did all this, its forelimbs opened up space and went in. The moment the battle-form clone appeared, the 5 demigods and the queen all sensed it. The 5 demigods didn't have time to say anything. They all opened up space and returned to the demigods' cultivation space. What they saw was an empty cultivation space. The remaining space energy told them that a demigod had just left. "Chase after him!" the golden-winged beetle emperor yelled furiously. The extreme electric sky scorpion emperor sensed the remaining space energy and didn't chase after it. Instead, it collapsed on the ground powerlessly. The ice silkworm emperor, the sky fire illusionary butterfly emperor, and the death chi worm emperor all sensed each other, and they all let out heart-wrenching howls. This is another demigod with space energy. He didn't leave any trace. The extreme electric sky scorpion emperor said to the golden-winged beetle emperor, "How is that possible? This is the hive. How could a demigod from outside enter without us noticing?" The golden-winged beetle emperor couldn't accept this result and roared. It wasn't just the golden-winged beetle emperor that couldn't accept this. None of the other demigods could accept what had just happened. Although the 5 god-level insectoids were juniors from the same race and had reached the level of demigod, they were considered important in the race. However, this was nothing. What the 5 insectoids cared about the most was their respective emperor-level inheritance runes. Without them, not only would they not be able to increase their strength, but they would also slowly decline over time. This was only the long-term effect. The current effect was that the 5 Bug Clan gods could no longer fight without any scruples. They didn't even dare to break through space as they pleased. This was because breaking through space and participating in a demigod battle would greatly deplete their divine power. If the 5 demigods didn't use up their divine power, they might be able to last for thousands of years. If they accumulated enough divine power, it was possible that they wouldn't lose strength even after 10,000 years. However, once they engaged in a demigod battle, the divine power in their bodies wouldn't be able to stabilize their strength. Without their inheritance patterns, the 5 demigods were like fighting machines. They used to have an endless supply of energy, but now they could only use a limited amount of batteries. Moreover, the batteries were only one-time use. The more they used, the less energy they would have. The 5 demigods were extremely annoyed. Why did they take out their inheritance patterns and give them to the demigod? They also knew who did this. It must be demigod Arthur. Demigod Arthur had robbed the Sky Fire Illusion Butterfly Emperor's hive and used this to effect their protection of the 5 inheritance patterns. Chapter 1282. Compared to the anger, reluctance, and helplessness of the 5 insectoids, the Queen Mother's expression was very strange, and her feelings were very complicated. Just a moment ago, the Queen Mother had clearly sensed the battle form clone. The moment the battle form clone appeared, the Queen Mother was almost stunned because she was too familiar with the battle form clone. For tens of thousands of years, every part of the battle form clone had been assembled by the Queen Mother herself. The Queen Mother had designed and built the battle form clone, and during those tens of thousands of years, she had obtained useful parts from the insectoid geniuses. She had then used a secret technique to integrate the talents of the insectoid geniuses into the useful parts and assembled them into the battle form clone. The Queen Mother had a high status among the insectoids, which was why she was able to do such a cruel thing. The Queen Mother was 100% sure that it was the battle form clone. She couldn't have been wrong about that. The insectoid nest was very special. It was an extension of the Queen Mother's body. Over countless years, the insectoid nest and the Queen Mother's enormous body had become one. The Queen Mother's body seemed to be a huge mountain of flesh, but in fact, the insectoid nest the size of a planet was the shell of the Queen Mother. Therefore, when the battle form clone suddenly appeared, the Queen Mother had discovered it. The Queen Mother couldn't do anything about the war weapon she had created, especially when the battle form clone broke through space and left. She couldn't stop it from leaving. There was one thing the Queen Mother couldn't understand, which was that she clearly knew that the battle form clone had died. Otherwise, a small part of its soul wouldn't have left the battle form voluntarily, and that small part of its soul had been destroyed by demigod Arthur. Although the battle form clone was a puppet, it was a living puppet, or rather a clone of the Queen Mother. Once such a puppet died, it would be truly dead. It couldn't be repaired like ordinary puppets. The Queen Mother even sensed that the battle form's aura was very familiar, which made her even more certain that it was the real battle form clone. However, despite this conclusion, the Queen Mother didn't say it out loud. The reason was simple. The Queen Mother was worried that she wouldn't be able to explain herself. In the insectoid nest, a god-level creature had taken away 5 emperor-level inheritance patterns. Logically speaking, only god-level creatures recognized by the Queen Mother could enter the insectoid nest. It didn't make sense for a clone to appear in a hive. If the Queen Mother told them about the battle form avatar, the 5 insectoids would suspect that she had ordered the battle form avatar to rob the 5 insectoids of their inheritance runes. Even though the Queen Mother had explained that the battle form had entered the hive through some sort of space item, she couldn't explain how the battle form clone had learned of the god-level insectoid's plan and used the imperial inheritance pattern to cultivate a god level. With all these reasons added together, the Mother Empress shut her mouth and didn't reveal her discovery. The golden-winged beetle emperor was still enraged as it roared. Demigod Arthur, you and I cannot live under the same sky. On the other hand, the other 4 Bug Clan god-level experts were dejected. They knew that they had completely lost their emperor-level inheritance runes. Actually, we can still conserve our strength, the Ice Silkworm Emperor said softly. The golden-winged beetle emperor suddenly looked at the Ice Silkworm Emperor. If what the Ice Silkworm Emperor said didn't make sense, the golden-winged beetle emperor would probably attack. The Queen Mother's inheritance pattern is still here. As long as the Queen Mother provides us with godly power regularly, we can maintain our strength, the Ice Silkworm Emperor explained. Yes, Lady Mother Empress will definitely agree. The Skyfire illusionary butterfly emperor agreed. Mother Empress, you won't disappoint us. The Death Chi worm emperor replied. Let's go see the Queen Mother. The extreme lightning sky scorpion emperor suggested. At that moment, the 5 insectoids were extremely united. What they said was actually a threat. If the Queen Mother didn't share the inheritance rune, it was hard to say what the 5 god-level insectoids would do. For the 5 insectoids who had lost their inheritance pattern, they were already very satisfied with regaining a portion of the inheritance pattern's godly power. Even if they only got a sixth of the inheritance pattern, it was still better than not having any godly power and losing their strength. In the end, they would fall from god level and die of old age. The 5 insectoid gods looked at each other and came to a silent agreement with each other. There was no need for words. The 5 insectoids all knew what they wanted. As long as the Queen Mother didn't monopolize the royal inheritance pattern, they would still respect the Queen Mother. However, if the Queen Mother didn't share the royal inheritance pattern, then there was no need for the Queen Mother to exist. The 5 insectoids broke open the space. They couldn't be stingy with their godly power at this moment. They had to immediately discuss everything with the Queen Mother. You're here. I'm partly responsible for the loss of the royal inheritance pattern. I'll share my royal inheritance pattern with you. The Queen Mother said without waiting for the 5 Bug Clan god-level experts to speak. Queen Mother, I also agree with your suggestion of nurturing insectoids. The Sky Fire Illusion Butterfly Emperor said respectfully. Yes, Queen Mother, we all agreed to this plan. No one wanted this to happen. We can only say that demigod Arthur is too cunning. The Ice Silkworm Emperor said. The Golden-Winged Armored Beetle Emperor, the Extreme Lightning Scorpion Emperor, and the Death Chi Worm Emperor were all extremely respectful as well, as though they were still filled with veneration towards the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother knew very well that the respect shown by the 5 insectoids was built on the fact that it would share the inheritance pattern. Originally, the Queen Mother wanted to spend tens of thousands of years to create a new battle body puppet. With the experience from last time, it would be much easier this time. It might even be able to create a better and stronger battle body. However, now that it had shared the inheritance pattern with the 5 insectoids, it would be very difficult for it to increase its own strength, let alone create a new battle body puppet. The inheritance pattern was shared by the 6 insectoids. They weren't human gods who were calculative and meticulous. They would use every bit of faith power to the extreme. The Queen Mother didn't dare to reject the request of the 5 Bug Clan god-level experts. Once she rejected the request to share the inheritance rune, the 5 Bug Clan god-level experts would try to snatch it away. Even if the 5 Bug Clan god-level experts really respected the Queen Mother and didn't dare to snatch it away, the 5 Bug Clan god-level experts who had lost their battle power would also lose the ability to protect the Bug Clan, especially since the battle body avatar had entered the insectoid hive. If the 5 insectoids weren't there, the Queen Mother wouldn't even be able to protect herself if the battle body avatar or demigod Arthur came again. The Queen Mother only had one choice, and it was also her only choice. David looked at the battle body avatar that had appeared in the underground space. He still couldn't believe it. The battle body avatar returned from the insectoid hive, broke through space, and arrived at the base in the underground space. David had the demigod golden-winged beetle king avatar carry the space card and the battle body avatar hidden inside the space card. He didn't have any other intentions. He just didn't want the demigod golden-winged beetle king avatar to be in danger. This was also why he had the confidence to protect his avatar. The battle body avatar was so strong that even if it was surrounded by many insectoids, he was confident that the battle body avatar could successfully break through. It was because of this confidence that David had the battle body avatar protect the demigod golden-winged beetle king avatar. He didn't expect the insectoids to be carrying out a major plan in the insectoid hive. They were using the imperial inheritance pattern to cultivate more god-level insectoids. What was even more unexpected was that the golden-winged beetle emperor had chosen the demigod golden-winged beetle king avatar to cultivate. If he didn't make good use of this opportunity, David would feel like he was letting down his luck. David controlled his battle body avatar and released the demigod golden-winged beetle king's avatar from the divine weapon space card. After the demigod golden-winged beetle king's avatar came out, he used his mind to summon the imperial inheritance pattern from the soul of the demigod golden-winged beetle king. The imperial inheritance pattern kept jumping, trying to escape. However, it was surrounded by David's mind, so there was no way it could escape. David had an idea about how to distribute the imperial inheritance pattern. They were all his avatars anyway, so he could distribute them however he wanted. He could just swap them out when he needed them in the future. The battle body avatar's mind wrapped around the imperial inheritance pattern and sent it into his own soul. He also removed the soul imprint in the pattern. The soul imprint might still be useful to demigods, but it would be useless to demigods. However, it would lose its effect on other god ranks. Any god rank could erase the soul imprint within the inheritance rune after obtaining it. The golden-winged beetle emperor, which was far away in the insectoid hive, sensed that its imperial inheritance pattern had appeared in the insectoid world. Because of the soul imprint, it immediately wanted to take it back. Even though the golden-winged beetle emperor knew it wouldn't be that easy, it still stubbornly tried. In just a moment, the connection between the imperial inheritance pattern and it was cut off. The soul imprint had been removed. The golden-winged beetle emperor almost had an emotional breakdown. It let out an angry roar in front of the Queen Mother and the 4 insectoids. The avatar then took the demigod sky, fire illusion butterfly, king out of the divine weapon space card. It was not wrong to say that he had taken it out. The demigod sky, fire illusion butterfly king could not move at all. Even its soul had been imprisoned. As soon as the demigod sky, fire illusion butterfly king appeared, David took out the divine artifact Night Battle Sword and stabbed it into the heart of the demigod sky, fire illusion butterfly king. As the demigod sky, fire illusion butterfly king died, the imperial inheritance pattern flew out and was wrapped by David's mind. Similarly, the demigod ice silkworm king, the demigod death chi worm king, and the demigod extreme lightning sky scorpion king were all taken out and killed by David. Every time an emperor inheritance rune appeared, there would be a god-level bug in the hive that would go crazy. As the soul imprint was removed from the emperor inheritance rune, it would become hysterical again. David didn't know what was happening in the hive. He was distributing the imperial inheritance patterns. There were a total of 8 emperor-level inheritance runes, and each of the 5 demigod clones had one. The Titan Golden Armored Emperor and the Blade Mantis Emperor shared one emperor-level inheritance rune, while the Half-Spider Emperor and the Combat Body Avatar each had one emperor-level inheritance rune. The Titan Golden Emperor clone and the Blade Mantis Emperor clone have been strengthened for a while. They wouldn't get much stronger in a short period of time. The Half-Spider Emperor clone, on the other hand, had just been revived. It needed to use the inheritance method of the path of shepherding to modify its godly body. The battle body avatar was David's strongest force. If it wanted to fight without any worries in the insectoid world, it needed the imperial inheritance pattern to provide it with endless godly power. The 5 demigod clones were David's most important force. The rest of the god-level insectoids were god-level insectoids. The 5 demigod clones had great potential and could become god-level in a short period of time. Once the 5 demigod clones became god-level, David would have powerful god-level humans in both the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. At the same time, the 5 demigod clones could completely replace David's identity. If each of the 5 demigod clones used an emperor-level inheritance rune, they would be able to advance to god-level even faster. As for the 4 demigod insectoids that had just been killed, David used the shadow attendant to absorb their souls. After some manipulation, they were all revived as demigod clones. At this point, David had a terrifying force in the insectoid world. He had 4 god-level insectoids, 8 demigod clones, and close to 20 legendary insectoids. This was only the strength of the insectoids. In the great world of God, there was the Black Dragon Alexis, the Shadow God clone, and the forest mother a subordinate god. However, David was not arrogant. He needed time to continue improving his strength. When he became god level and the 5 demigod clones became god level, he would be truly powerful. Unfortunately, the god level insectoids were prepared. It was almost impossible to assassinate them. The great world of God was even more difficult to assassinate. The god-level beings were more cunning than the insectoids. Whether it was the 5 god-level beings or the 10 evil gods, they were all hidden in their own small worlds. If one wanted to find and kill them, they would have to be like the shadow god and walk right into their trap. After David had done all this, he did not think too much. He started a new round of training with his clones. After many days of fear, the Queen Mother and the 5 insectoid, god-level insectoids finally confirmed that the demigod Arthur and the black dragon Alexis did not continue robbing the other areas of the insectoid world. Only then did they relax. The insectoid world returned to its seemingly peaceful state. Chapter 1283. It was a message from Chairman Gould of the great world of God that disturbed David's peaceful training life. This message was sent to legendary knight Anton. This was the most urgent way to contact David that legend Annabelle knew. David woke up from a round of training and received the message from legendary knight Anton. He frowned slightly. He didn't want to be disturbed at this time. In the past few days, he and the Cube's super AI system have been researching how to maximize the use of the Emperor inheritance pattern. Now that David had 8 Emperor inheritance patterns, he wanted to use them as nodes of a divine rune circle to maximize the potential of the Emperor inheritance pattern. However, this wasn't an easy task. He needed to study the divine rune circle in depth. David would participate in the research project set up for the Cube's super AI system whenever he had the time. The research process had just begun. He had the same feeling as when he participated in the Interstellar Federation's research, but he didn't have the time to relax. This was the message from Chairman Gould. A large number of people have been discovered on planet Jiao. There are also traces of evil believers on planet Jiao. When David saw the news, he knew that his leisurely days were over. Planet Jiao was one of the 2 giant dragon summoning circles controlled by Black Dragon Alexis. It seemed that the evil believers were on the move. David didn't bring too much combat power. He only brought Black Dragon Alexis and returned to the great world of God. He activated the break space talent ability from the great world of God and entered the portal. After a while, David arrived on planet Jiao. As soon as he appeared on the streets of the main city of planet Jiao, he immediately attracted the attention of the entire street and even the entire city. The black pillar above David's head made it impossible for him to hide. He shook his head helplessly and waved his hand to change into a luxurious noble robe. On the corner of the noble robe was the emblem of the Luce family. It took less than a minute for the law enforcement knight, who was alarmed by the black gas pillar, to arrive before David on his warhorse. After seeing the heraldic symbol on David's noble robe, the law enforcement knights bowed in unison and saluted David with great respect. "Great demigod Arthur, please forgive us for offending you," the leader of the law enforcement knights said humbly. David smiled and returned the salute. "Knight, I'm sorry for disturbing you." "Great demigod Arthur, are you all right?" The leading knight was probably a fanatic of demigod Arthur, even though he knew that it was very impolite to ask this question. If demigod Arthur couldn't solve the problem, the entire planet of Jiao wouldn't be able to solve it. "This is the aura of the God Slayer. I'm fine." David didn't hide it. As long as he appeared in public, this matter would inevitably be known. He might as well admit it. In fact, the aura of the God Slayer was described in many ancient nobles' records. Anyone who wanted to know would be able to find out. The law enforcement knights were all stunned. What was a God Slayer? It was a curse obtained after killing a deity. In other words, this was a symbol of the God Slayer's unparalleled achievements to the world. In the great world of God, killing a deity had always been a legend. The difference between a deity and a mortal was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was simply impossible for a mortal to kill a deity. A deity, on the other hand, could kill countless creatures with a single glance. Even if a god-slayer appeared, it wouldn't be in existence that wasn't a deity. David sensed 5 disgusting auras approaching quickly. These auras were not strong, and they were all around level 3. The 5 followers of the God of Shadows had lost their connection with the God of Shadows and their ability to use divine spells. However, the other deities of the Twilight of the Gods had agreed to lend power to the followers of the God of Shadows. The followers of the God of Shadows had to work for the Twilight of the Gods. After receiving power, the followers of the God of Shadows could also use the power to find the God Slayer, who killed the God of Shadows. Today, the 5 followers of the God of Shadows had come to Jiaotuo to carry out the mission of the Twilight of the Gods. They sensed the aura of hatred. The same voice echoed in the minds of the followers of the God of Shadows. The God Slayer who killed the God of Shadows had appeared. The 5 followers of the God of Shadows had lost their minds. The mission of the Twilight of the Gods was nothing compared to revenge. The 5 followers of the God of Shadows didn't think about whether they were strong enough to take revenge. After sensing the presence of the God Slayer, the only thought in their minds was to kill the God Slayer. It didn't matter if they used divine spells, fists, or even teeth. As long as they had the slightest bit of strength, they would attack the God Slayer. At this moment, all the followers of the God of Shadows had lost their minds. Hatred had replaced their ability to judge and think. When the 5 followers of the God of Shadows were 100 meters away from David, they emitted a black aura that connected with a black pillar above David's head. The strange scene stunned everyone nearby. The 5 followers of the God of Shadows had crossed 80 meters in a short time and were about to reach David. "Protect demigod Arthur." The leading knight reacted and yelled in shock. That was the first reaction of a knight. They didn't have time to think about the power of demigod Arthur. They only knew that if anything happened to demigod Arthur on Jiaotuo, these knights would die with him. David could have attacked long ago, but he wanted to see how the 5 followers of the God of Shadows were doing. When the 5 followers of the God of Shadows emitted the disgusting aura, he sensed that they were followers of the God of Shadows. The disgusting aura came from the aura of hatred above David's head. Only the followers of the God of Shadows would have a connection with the aura of hatred. Seeing the crazed expressions of the 5 followers of the God of Shadows, David understood the horror of the aura of hatred. The aura of hatred was a method left behind by the fallen gods to disgust the God Slayers. After the fall of the gods, the followers lost their value. After the fall of the gods, the followers automatically became tools for revenge. When they sensed the aura of hatred, they would lose their minds and enter a state of madness. It was impossible for the followers to avenge the fallen gods. Even the gods had fallen, let alone the followers. This was completely different from what David had imagined. The followers of the God of Shadows would use their own assassination methods to seek revenge on the God Slayers. David laughed and waved his hand. The 5 followers of the God of Shadows froze on the spot. Then, as if they were grabbed by an invisible hand, they were lifted into the air and slammed onto the ground. When the 5 followers of the God of Shadows were smashed to the ground, all of their bones were broken and their lives were gone. David's spirit moved slightly as he sensed the movement in the distance. He activated the void-piercing innate ability, and his figure disappeared from the spot. A few night enforcers were left staring blankly at the 5 corpses on the ground. The screams of the onlookers woke the enforcers up. They began to seal off the scene and notified the enforcers. David's figure appeared in a manor outside the main city. The manor was very old. It was obvious that it had been built for a long time. "Sir, I sense the aura of the summoning circle." Black Dragon Alexis reminded him on his shoulder. David didn't need Black Dragon Alexis's reminder. He had already discovered an open secret chamber in a room in the building. He also sensed the aura of Chairman Gould and several legendary knights in the secret chamber. David activated his talent ability again, and the space passage connected to the secret chamber. Ancient isolation patterns were drawn on the walls of the secret chamber. There was also a passage leading downwards in the secret chamber. "Arthur, you're fast." Chairman Gould was standing at the entrance of the passage. He was about to go down when he saw David suddenly appear and greeted him with a smile. "So you asked me to come here to alert the enemy." David saw the ancient isolation circle in the secret chamber and guessed why Chairman Gould had asked him to come. With the ancient isolation circle, this secret chamber was very difficult to discover. There's information that a few mining areas on planet Jiaowuo are suddenly recruiting workers on a large scale. They're offering extremely high rewards, and a large number of people are attracted. The strangest thing is that these mining areas don't have a limit on the number of workers they can recruit. In addition, there are many areas on planet Jiaowuo where a large number of people have disappeared. Our intelligence also found traces of evil god believers on planet Jiaowuo. With all these clues combined, plus you told me that Jiaowuo is a planet we should pay close attention to, I decided to come over. After I came here, I found that the problem was far more serious than I thought. The missing people had happened a long time ago, but the officials on planet Jiaowuo didn't report it because they were afraid it would affect their rating. After we came to planet Jiaowuo, we wanted to find a specific location of the evil god believers, but we couldn't find the exact location. So I thought of the connection between the God Slayer and the believers of the God of Shadows. Coincidentally, the intelligence personnel also discovered that the believers of the God of Shadows had appeared on planet Jiaowuo. "See, we found this secret chamber," Chairman Gould explained with a smile. Chairman Gould was worried that if they delayed too long, the believers of the evil god would complete the summoning ritual, and it would be too late. According to the records, there was a special connection between the God Slayer and the believers of the fallen gods. As long as the God Slayer was within a certain range, the believers of the fallen gods would search for the God Slayer regardless of the cost. Sure enough, when David appeared at the location Chairman Gould mentioned, the believers of the God of Shadows rushed out from their hiding places. When they rushed out, they didn't even close the secret chamber, which allowed them to find this place. David didn't mind that Chairman Gould was using him, so he waved his hand and said, "Since we're all here, let's go in and take a look." The lords here were all legendary lords of the Dawn Alliance. They were all familiar with each other, so there was no need to be polite. As they walked down the stairs, David asked Black Dragon Alexis, "Alexis, can you sense the location of the summoning circle?" Black Dragon Alexis replied, "My lord, I only know the general location. It's been tens of thousands of years, and the environment has changed too much. I can only determine that it's in this area based on my positioning ability." David and Black Dragon Alexis's conversation was carried out through their souls, and no one else could hear it. After walking for about 50 meters, they came to a stone door with a small gap in front of them. The disgusting smell of blood could be smelled from the gap. David's expression was solemn. Judging by the smell of blood, he could sense that a large number of humans had died in this stone door. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a strong smell of blood. Chairman Gould's expression was also ugly. Planet Jiaowuo was a planet that had been developed very early. There were aristocratic affairs, offices, law enforcement teams, and many other nobles here all year round. But even so, there was still a hidden hell here. A legendary lord stepped forward and pushed open the stone door, revealing the scene inside. It was a huge underground space. The walls and floor were covered with ancient reliefs. These reliefs were extremely exquisite, and each was a precious work of art. In the underground space, there were more than 10 dragon sculptures that had an intimidating aura. The reliefs and sculptures here were all enlarged. David had a feeling that this space wasn't for humans, but for dragons the size of Black Dragon Alexis. The underground space was now completely polluted by dark brown blood. Even so, the polluted underground space couldn't hide the magnificence of the past. Black Dragon Alexis said to David, "It's here. This is where the summoning circle is. Back then, there was a palace here. Now only this is left." Black Dragon Alexis's tone was full of emotion. The invincible dragon race could only be seen through these submerged underground ruins. In the underground space, there were 15 followers of the evil god busy pouring blood on the ground from spatial items. When they saw the arrival of outsiders, they stopped what they were doing and cast offensive divine spells without saying a word. But as soon as they moved, they all froze on the spot. "Gould, do you need them alive for confession?" David turned to Chairman Gould and asked. Of course, this was David's doing. He used his mind to seal the bodies of the followers, making them unable to move. Chapter 1284. Arthur, we do need them alive. Let us take over. Chairman Gould nodded at David as he looked at the 15 believers. Out of the 15 evil god believers, there were 3 rank 4 evil god believers, while the rest were rank 3 evil god believers. Hence, no one took them seriously. Of course, only David had the ability to restrain the 15 believers with only his mind power. It was easy for Chairman Gould and the others to kill all the believers in an instant, but it was impossible for them to restrain the believers without injuring them like David. Knights weren't good at using their mind power. Even after becoming a legendary knight, their mind power couldn't reach the level of controlling Tier 3 powerhouses, let alone Tier 4 powerhouses. A legendary lord stepped forward and placed special shackles on each of the evil god's believers, causing them to lose control of the energy within their bodies. Only then did he knock them out and toss them into a spatial item, leaving only 1 rank for evil god's believer alive. The legendary lord carried the Tier 4 believer to the side and opened a soundproof barrier to interrogate him. "Why is it so easy?" a legendary lord asked curiously. He wasn't the only one who thought so. Chairman Gould and David also felt the same way. Before coming, David had thought about the possibility of a direct battle with the evil god. He was even prepared to summon his battle avatar to help if necessary. However, he didn't expect that not a single believer participated in the entire process. If it weren't for the Black Dragon Alexis confirming that this was a dragon summoning array, David would have suspected that he had come to the wrong place. "Sir, can I clean this place up?" Black Dragon Alexis asked. The Black Dragon Alexis didn't use its soul to speak. Instead, it spoke directly. Not only did David hear it, but Chairman Gould and several legendary lords also heard it. "Of course, Your Highness Black Dragon Alexis, you can clean this place up." Chairman Gould answered before David could speak. Chairman Gould naturally knew the reason why the Black Dragon Alexis had made the request in public. It was not asking David, but taking the opportunity to ask the Supreme Council. Since the crisis had been resolved, it was necessary to clean up the place. Even if the Black Dragon Alexis hadn't mentioned it, there would have been people coming to clean up the place. Besides, the Black Dragon Alexis was a god-tier being. Although it was extremely respectful towards David, it was still an incomparably powerful existence to legendary lords such as Chairman Gould. "Thank you." Black Dragon Alexis thanked Chairman Gould, which was a rare occurrence. The Black Dragon Alexis flew off from David's shoulder, its body rapidly growing in size as it flew. The space here was extremely large, so it was just right for the Black Dragon Alexis to be here. It opened its mouth and spat out a breath, which was naturally controlled in terms of power. It was just enough to burn off the dirt on the reliefs and carvings. David, Chairman Gould, and a few other legendary lords were all suspended in the space, so they did not affect the Black Dragon Alexis's cleaning work. It was definitely a waste for the Black Dragon Alexis to use its breath to clean up the dirt. No matter how thick the dirt was, the accumulation of tens of thousands of years would be obliterated by the breath. The carvings from the era of the dragons gradually appeared in a new form in the world. The Black Dragon Alexis was very careful, for fear of destroying this ancient building. When the Black Dragon Alexis finished cleaning up the ground, David saw a huge array drawn on the ground, which was shining with an eerie red light. It was unknown how the dragons created this array in the past, but it turned out to be activated with fresh blood as a medium. Perhaps during the era of the dragons, sacrificing thousands of lives to activate an array was normal. Anyway, in the eyes of the dragons, all lives were like ants. David suddenly felt a little uneasy. Was it really safe to leave such an array here? Demigod Arthur, Chairman Gould, we got some information. The legendary lord in charge of the interrogation came over and reported. This legendary lord was arranged to be interrogated, so naturally, he had some special means. The top noble family that had been around for tens of thousands of years had a large collection of inheritances, including many secret techniques. This legendary lord had mastered a secret interrogation technique. As long as the people who fell into his hands were still alive, they would not be able to survive his interrogation. What did you get? Tell me now. Chairman Gould nodded and said, according to the believer of the level 4 evil god, this dragon palace has always been under the control of the twilight of the gods. He doesn't know how many years it has been, but it has at least a few thousand years of history, or even longer. I suspect that this place has been deliberately hidden since the end of the era of the dragons, the legendary lord said in a deep voice. David and Chairman Gould both felt a chill. The gods had risked their lives to expel the dragons, but there were still gods who had hidden the dragon palace. Their intentions were self-evident. I want to take this dragon palace. Do you have any objections? David thought for a while and asked in a deep voice. Arthur, it's not a problem if you want this dragon palace. If the shrines ask, just say that we destroyed it. Chairman Gould said with an indifferent smile. The other legendary lords also nodded in agreement. There was no objection at all. All along, the Dawn Alliance had been receiving benefits from David, while the Dawn Alliance could not help David. Especially after David had become a demigod, with the black dragon Alexis by his side and the recognition of the 5 gods. This made it impossible for the Dawn Alliance to help David even if they wanted to. Now that David had made such a request, let alone a small matter in the eyes of these legendary lords, even if it was a huge matter, they would still agree without hesitation. Alexis, it seems like you have a place to put your gem, David said loudly to the black dragon Alexis. David wanted this dragon palace for 2 reasons. On one hand, he did not want the dragon summoning circle to be left outside. On the other hand, he wanted to find a place for the black dragon Alexis to stay. The black dragon Alexis had always been by David's side in the form of a kitten, but it could not stay like this forever. When David became a god and had the ability to protect himself, the black dragon Alexis would need a fixed place to stay. David could see that the black dragon Alexis liked the dragon palace. Otherwise, it would not have rashly asked to clean it up. Thank you, my lord. The black dragon Alexis's figure shrank and jumped back onto David's shoulder. Gould and everyone else, please leave. I need to collect the dragon palace, David said to Chairman Gould and the other legendary lords with a smile. Chairman Gould and the other legendary lords returned to the surface. They did not know how David was going to collect this huge underground palace. David's figure flashed and also came to the surface. His spirit entered the ground and activated the underground sneak talent ability. At this time, he found that the dragon palace was not only a huge space. The rest of it was completely filled with soil and hidden deep underground. However, David's spirit was very strong. Within a range of 1,000 kilometers, the soil could no longer stop his spirit. The soil next to the dragon palace was separated from the dragon palace under the effect of the underground sneak talent ability. When the entire dragon palace was completely separated from the soil, David's spirit wrapped around the dragon palace and directly pulled it into the small world of the soul space. The main reason was that the dragon palace was too big. David's space pendant was filled with a large number of items, and only the small world of the soul space had enough space. When the dragon palace left the underground, David's spirit did not withdraw. If he did not support the huge hole left behind by the disappearance of the dragon palace, then this area would sink. Under the effect of the underground sneak talent ability, the soil scattered and formed a structure like a beehive, filling up the huge hole left behind by the disappearance of the dragon palace. When David withdrew his spirit, there was no trace of abnormality on the ground, but the underground had completely changed. After David put away the dragon palace, he bid farewell to Chairman Gould and the other legendary rank lords. All right, Chairman Gould and the other lords, I'll go back first. Let me know if there's any news. There's still some mining areas on planet Jiaodua that need to be dealt with. The evil God believers all need to be interrogated. We'll stay for a while. When the interrogation results are out, I'll send you the news." Chairman Gould said. David used the void break talent ability to open a space channel in front of Chairman Gould. His figure flashed into the channel and disappeared. "Arthur is getting stronger and stronger," Chairman Gould exclaimed. The legendary rank lords naturally knew the reason. They had only heard of the black gas pillar from Chairman Gould. When they saw it with their own eyes, they were greatly shocked. They did not express anything in front of David, but in their hearts, they felt very strongly about the God Slayer. Killing a god, no matter what god it was not an easy task. Recently, they had received information that the fallen god was the god of shadows. This was a great shock to the legendary rank lords. David used the Void Break talent ability to return to Planet Gamma. He chose an open space and released the Dragon Palace. The magnificent palace, which was 1,000 meters tall and 5,000 meters in diameter, appeared on the ground. David, who had seen the original appearance of the Dragon Palace through his spirit, was greatly amazed. The material used in the Dragon Palace was a rare alchemy material. It was of a very high grade and had stable characteristics. Looking at the Dragon Palace, David guessed why this alchemy material was so rare. It was extremely lucky to be able to see some of the materials left behind in the era of the War with Dragons. Black Dragon Alexis explained, "My lord, when the dragon race was at its peak, there were 18 such palaces. They belonged to the 18 most powerful dragon gods." David was startled and quickly asked, "You mean there were 18 such palaces, and each of them had a dragon summoning circle?" The dragon summoning circle was originally used as a warning circle. In order to let all the dragons receive the warning, the dragon summoning circle used a special secret method. The warning signal sent out could pass through the world barrier. At the same time, it would send out the space coordinates to all the dragons that receive the warning signal and form an automatic anchor point to facilitate the opening of a space channel. As far as I know, most of the palaces have a dragon summoning circle. This is the power of the 18 dragon gods. Black Dragon Alexis replied, "Then do you know the location of the other palaces?" David continued to ask. Black Dragon Alexis said helplessly, "I'm sorry, my lord. I only know the location of 2 palaces. In fact, the dragon race was not unified back then. The various races rarely interacted with each other. It was only after the dragon race suffered huge losses that they began to cooperate. But it was too late by then." David nodded, thinking about the strength of the dragon race at its peak, as described by Black Dragon Alexis. It was indeed terrifying. "How does your current strength compare to the 18 dragon gods?" David asked again, wanting to judge the strength of the dragon gods of the dragon race. Black Dragon Alexis replied, "Dragon God is an honorific title for the strongest of the dragon race. I'm still a little lacking. Back then, I could only live in my own dragon nest and was not qualified to have my own palace." David did not ask Black Dragon Alexis about the situation when the dragon race was expelled, because the Black Dragon Alexis was already imprisoned at that time. David pointed at the dragon palace and said, "From today onwards, this dragon palace is yours. You can stay here when I'm training in the future." Black Dragon Alexis refused. "My lord, the palace is here. I'll stay by your side. I believe that it won't be long before you become a god. Only then will I be able to rest in peace." Black Dragon Alexis was very clear about the benefits of following David. He did not want David to encounter any danger. In particular, David liked to take risks and always did something unexpected. Just look at David's feud with the various evil gods of the Twilight of the Gods and the various bug race gods of the bug race world. There were also the 5 great gods of the great world of God. It seemed that the 5 great gods had acknowledged David's existence, but in reality, the content of the Holy Text Agreement was only during the demigod period. It could be said that David had made enemies with almost all the gods and gods of the bug race world and the great world of God. With such a troublemaking ability, how could Black Dragon Alexis be at ease leaving David's side? Of course, things would be different when David became a god. Perhaps all the gods and gods of the great world of God and the bug race world combined would not have a deeper understanding of David than Black Dragon Alexis. Using the Edict of Destruction, the Edict of Speed, and the Edict of Strength as his foundation to become a demigod, David's foundation surpassed that of any other deity. Many gods considered it a supreme honor to have a basic rule. Why was Black Dragon Alexis inferior to the dragon god? The reason was simple. Only dragons who had mastered powerful rules were qualified to become dragon gods. Among them, the most powerful dragon gods had mastered basic rules. Chapter 1285. In the small world of the god of death, he was looking at an illusion in front of him. In the illusion were the other 9 gods of the twilight of the gods. The mission on planet Jiaodawa failed. The believers we sent to the Dragon Palace on planet Jiaodawa failed. The god of death said in a deep voice. The god of fire shook his head and said, "As expected, our plan to activate the dragon's summoning circle was leaked. In fact, the mission on planet Jiaodawa was a test. After the death of the god of shadow and the loss of contact with the mother goddess, the gods of the twilight of the gods suspected that their plan to activate the dragon's summoning circle had been leaked. Therefore, the gods had formulated a plan to test the waters, and Jiaodawa was the target of the test. The reason they chose planet Jiaodawa was because the Dragon Palace had some connection with the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis was very likely to know about the Dragon Palace. Moreover, the offerings prepared on planet Jiaodawa were not enough to activate the dragon's summoning circle. The Twilight of the Gods was more of a show. The result of the test made the gods very angry. Their plan had indeed been leaked. The god of evil spirits said in an unpredictable voice, "That's good. The preparations for the sacrifice will take some time. We also know about the situation with the shrines and the Supreme Council. Ever since they failed to rope in the demigod Arthur and spread their faith in the Interstellar Federation, the gods could only rely on the return of the dragons if they wanted to stir up a storm in the great world of God. Even though the gods were worried about the consequences of the return of the dragons, they had no other choice. Unless they were willing to enter a deep sleep again, perhaps forever. The god of death continued, "We still need your help with the offerings. Also, the murderer of the god of shadow has been exposed." A few gods had heard about David's aura of hatred on planet Jiaodawa, but there were also gods who weren't as well informed. After hearing the Grim Reaper's words, they immediately paid attention to the matter. "Who is it?" the god of storm quickly asked. "It's the demigod Arthur." The aura of hatred above his head made the believers left behind by the god of shadows go crazy. Death replied in a deep voice. The god of storm's expression changed. He thought of being pursued by demigod Arthur and the destruction of the last shrines by Black Dragon Alexis. So it's demigod Arthur. I wonder if the disappearance of the forest mother has anything to do with him? The god of fire nodded in understanding. In the great world of God, apart from the 5 gods, only the demigod Arthur had the ability to slay a god. For the mother goddess of the forest to have the guts to betray the twilight of the gods, she must have found a powerful backer. I think the mother goddess of the forest might have sided with the demigod Arthur. The god of myriad poisons added. The mother goddess of the forest was very timid. Without finding a powerful backer, she would not leave the twilight of the gods. There were only a few factions in the great world of God, and it was impossible for the 5 gods to take in the forest mother goddess. Only the demigod Arthur had this possibility. What's the point of saying this? Which one of you has the guts to find trouble with the demigod Arthur? The god of fire asked coldly. All the gods were silent. Although the demigod Arthur was only a demigod, with a powerful backer like Black Dragon Alexis, it was equivalent to a god-level faction. Moreover, from the attitude of the 5 gods towards the demigod Arthur, the demigod Arthur must have power that the other gods didn't know about. Otherwise, the 5 gods wouldn't have acknowledged the demigod Arthur and even the Black Dragon Alexis. After being enemies with the 5 gods for tens of thousands of years, the other gods knew the 5 gods too well. Without power strong enough to make the 5 gods wary, the five gods wouldn't compromise. When the giant dragons return, we will be able to break the power structure of the great world of God. Perhaps we will be able to walk the world openly. Therefore, all of you should do your best to prepare the sacrificial offerings. The god of death quickly changed the topic. Discussing the demigod Arthur here was too heavy and meaningless. The 10 gods began to discuss the sacrificial offerings again. No one mentioned the demigod Arthur again. It was as if the fall of the god of shadow had never happened. In another small world, the god of war, the god of earth, the god of justice, the god of knowledge, and the god of wealth were having an illusion conference. The demigod Arthur really gave us a surprise. He actually killed the god of shadow. The god of war laughed loudly. Although the god of shadow was suppressed by the 5 gods and didn't dare to leave the small world, and even slept for tens of thousands of years, the 5 gods didn't dare to underestimate the god of shadow. This kind of god who was good at assassination, once given the opportunity, would explode with the most terrifying attack. Perhaps when the great world of God was peaceful, the god of shadow wouldn't be a threat. However, if the great world of God was in chaos, the god of shadow would become one of the biggest problems for the shrines. When the shrines of war told the god of war about the situation on planet Jiaodua, the god of war didn't believe it. However, the shrines of war's information clearly explained the strange phenomenon above the demigod Arthur's head. Combined with the crazy behavior of the god of shadow's followers, it was 100% certain that the demigod Arthur had killed the god of shadow. I regret signing the holy text agreement with the demigod Arthur. Did we give him too much time to grow? The god of knowledge looked at the problem from another perspective. Making the god of knowledge feel regret? If David knew, he would feel proud. The demigod Arthur relies on Black Dragon Alexis and other god-level fighting forces at most. His own strength is nothing. Once he reaches god level in the great world of God, we'll immediately go and kill him. The god of justice said in a deep voice, if the demigod Arthur doesn't reach god level in the great world of God, we won't have to worry. The god of wealth continued. The god of justice and the god of wealth laughed at the same time. When one reached god level in the great world of God, there would be an extremely obvious god level phenomenon. It would definitely be discovered by the gods or a detection system. As long as the demigod Arthur was discovered, the 5 gods could directly appear at the scene of the breakthrough through the gate of faith and kill the newly promoted Arthur. If the demigod Arthur didn't reach god level in the great world of God, then he would be suppressed by the rules of the great world of God when he returned. By then, he would be even less of a threat. Why were the 5 gods and the Black Dragon Alexis able to beat up the 6 god-level Zerg in the Zerg world? It wasn't because of the huge difference in strength between them, but because one side was suppressed by the rules of the great world of God. The 5 gods were within the range of the space shrines and enjoyed the buffs from the shrines. It was as if they were in a small world. It could be said that if the demigod Arthur reached god level in a place other than the great world of God, then he would lose the qualification to be the strongest in the great world of God. Did you notice that when the god of shadow fell, the god's aura detection system didn't alert you? Where do you think the god of shadow fell? The god of earth asked. The god of shadow couldn't have left the small world. This is certain. In other words, the god of shadow allowed the demigod Arthur to enter the small world. The god of knowledge narrowed his eyes. The god of war nodded and said, no wonder Chairman Gould sent the information that the Twilight of the Gods was preparing to summon the giant dragons back. I was still wondering where this information came from. Now it seems that it was the demigod Arthur who told him. Although the 5 gods thought of the Twilight of the Gods and wanted to form an alliance with demigod Arthur, judging from the death of the Shadow God, it was obvious that demigod Arthur had his own ideas and didn't accept the conditions of the Twilight of the Gods. Although the 5 gods' guesses differed greatly, the general direction was the same. Let the shrines pay more attention to the information on the demigod Arthur. The god of knowledge said in a deep voice. The gods of the Twilight of the Gods didn't dare to discuss the demigod Arthur, so the 5 gods focused on the matter of the demigod Arthur. In fact, The gods of the great world of God were shocked by the demigod Arthur's killing of the god of shadow. In the aristocratic circle of the great world of God, the discussion of the demigod Arthur became a hot topic. The aristocrats who had met the demigod Arthur were very enthusiastic. They told the other aristocrats everything about the demigod Arthur. It was hard to imagine the impact on the great world of God once the news of the god of shadow's killing was made public. From birth, the people of the great world of God accepted the supreme status of the gods. Even the evil gods had to maintain absolute reverence. One could not believe in the gods, but one could never blaspheme the gods. In the hearts of every person in a large world belonging to a god, the gods were high and mighty, immortal and immortal. However, a piece of news broke this unbreakable understanding. The demigod Arthur, whom the aristocrats were familiar with, had killed a real god, a widely circulated god, a god who had survived from ancient times. The aristocrats were discussing the demigod Arthur on every occasion. Ever since the demigod Arthur revealed the aura of hatred, his status had skyrocketed, and he truly had the same status as the gods. At this time, David, who was the center of everyone's conversation, had left the great world of God. He returned to the Zerg world and began to practice in seclusion. When David learned from the black dragon Alexis that there were a total of 18 dragon palaces, he didn't have much confidence in stopping the evil gods from activating the dragon, summoning magic circle. According to the analysis of the intelligence obtained from the Supreme Council, the evil gods were very likely to have controlled some of the dragon palaces long before they went into hibernation as an important backup plan. Just like the dragon palace on planet Jiaodawa, if it hadn't been discovered, it would have been hidden under the manor for thousands of years. Only the evil gods' followers who knew the details could easily make use of the dragon palaces. David didn't know how many god-level dragons there were and how many dragon gods there were. He had to be prepared. He didn't want the dragons to destroy his home in the great world of God. Time passed quickly, and 6 months passed. 6 months was not a long time for many people, but for the gods, it was a fleeting time. However, 6 months allowed the 5 demigod clones to reach the peak of the demigod realm. Today, David did not train. Instead, he focused all of his attention on the 5 demigod clones. This was because the 5 demigod clones were showing signs of a breakthrough. Of course, David couldn't let the 5 demigod clones advance at the same time. He wouldn't be able to take care of them at the same time. One of the demigod clones was going to break through in the Interstellar Federation, while the other 4 were going to break through in the great world of God. David let the 4 demigod clones, who were going to break through in the great world of God, stop practicing and barely suppress the time of the breakthrough. The only demigod clone enjoyed the divine power transmitted by the other 4 demigod clones, which was equivalent to 5 emperor-level heritage patterns providing him with divine power. The body of the demigod that had reached its peak began to change. David didn't hesitate at all. He opened the wormhole to the Interstellar Federation's safety point and brought the demigod clone to the Interstellar Federation. Once he arrived at the Interstellar Federation, he immediately activated his talent ability to break through space and headed to the Elydia Star Zone's defense line. Major General Morris was sitting on the captain's chair, commanding the soldiers of the 200 battleships to carry out their routine training. At this moment, a light flashed in the command room, and a figure suddenly appeared in the command room. Major General Morris was shocked at first, but then he saw that the figure was General David. Major General Morris suppressed his shock and quickly stood up to salute. "Greetings, General David." David waved his hand and ordered, "Major General Morris, immediately activate the remote secure communication system. I need to speak with Lieutenant General Radner and Lieutenant General Bradford." "Yes, General." Major General Morris immediately replied. Although he had many doubts, Major General Morris still followed the order. As for General David's identity, the fact that he could appear in the battleship and be accepted by the main artificial intelligence system of the battleship had already been automatically detected. Soon, the virtual projections of Lieutenant General Radner and Lieutenant General Bradford appeared in the command room. "General David, Lieutenant General Radner salutes you." General David, Lieutenant General Bradford salutes you." The two lieutenant generals saluted in unison. "Order," David said in a deep voice. This was the first time David had used such a formal tone. Lieutenant General Radnor, Lieutenant General Bradford, and Major General Morris stood at attention, waiting for David's orders. The Elydia Star Zone has entered a Level 1 state of combat readiness. All foreign battleships are not allowed to enter the Elydia Star Zone. Currently, all non-headquarters battleships in the Elydia Star Zone are to shut down their engines and wait, David said in a deep voice. Chapter 1286. Lieutenant General Radnor and Lieutenant General Bradford were both shocked. They didn't understand what General David was trying to do. It didn't make sense to say that he was trying to rebel against the Interstellar Federation. Even though General David had a large amount of authority over the Iridia star system, he didn't have much military power. He had the least amount of military power among all the vice commanders. General David, Level 1 combat readiness will be activated immediately. What should we pay attention to? Lieutenant General Radnor was the first to respond. Lieutenant General Radnor had the most military power. He controlled the entire defense line of the Federation's 19th Fleet. His response, without any hesitation, showed his loyalty to General David. "General David, we will follow your orders." Lieutenant General Bradford only hesitated for a moment before replying. "It's actually not a big deal. It's just that I'm about to make a breakthrough, so it might cause a huge commotion. Of course, I will report this to Grand Marshal Andre. You guys keep your men in check. Don't be surprised by the abnormalities that are happening here." David nodded with satisfaction. His explanation calmed Lieutenant General Radnor and Lieutenant General Bradford down. General David would report this to Grand Marshal Andre, so they didn't have to worry about it anymore. Lieutenant General Radnor and Lieutenant General Bradford were both sent here by Grand Marshal Andre. Even though Grand Marshal Andre had told them that they only needed to listen to General David's orders, they were still deeply indebted to Grand Marshal Andre. There was no way they would let this go so easily. Of course, Lieutenant General Radnor and Lieutenant General Bradford didn't dare to be careless. General David made it sound easy. It was just that General David was about to make a breakthrough. However, General David's arrangements had even activated Level 1 combat readiness. How could this be an ordinary matter? As long as General David didn't betray the Interstellar Federation, the two lieutenant generals would listen to all of General David's orders. "Connect me to Grand Marshal Andre." David ordered Major General Morris as he turned off the communication with the two lieutenant generals. "Admiral, the fleet will protect your safety with our lives," Major General Morris said in a deep voice as he connected to Grand Marshal Andre. David smiled and nodded. In the great world of God, the only military personnel who were truly bound to him was Major General Morris. As a manager of David's escort fleet, Major General Morris was branded with Admiral David's mark when he took this position. If Major General Morris betrayed General David, regardless of the reason, he would no longer have any credibility in the military. He would lose everything. Grand Marshal Andre's virtual projection appeared in the command room. He looked at David and asked with a smile, "General David, it's been a long time since you contacted me. How come you're free today?" Grand Marshal Andre was very satisfied with the arrangement of David in the Iridia sector. When the evil believers infiltrated the Interstellar Federation, it was David's Iridia sector defense line that eliminated all of the evil believers that infiltrated the Federation. This reduced the possibility of the Federation being threatened by the evil believers. Therefore, Grand Marshal Andre didn't say much about General David's absence from the Federal High Command meetings. General David's achievements were much better than the other vice marshals who attended the Federal High Command meetings on time. In this regard, Grand Marshal Andre and the other vice marshals didn't want to pursue the matter. This was especially true for the vice marshals. They were very satisfied with General David's attitude towards power. No one wanted to have a colleague who stole power, especially one who had terrifying strength and influence. David didn't have time to chat with Grand Marshal Andre. He went straight to the point. Grand Marshal Andre, I'm about to break through. The Iridia sector will enter Level 1 combat alert to ensure that my breakthrough will not be disturbed. I also hope that you can inform the other fleets to stay away from the Iridia sector to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. How big of a commotion will your breakthrough cause that requires the military to enter Level 1 combat alert? Grand Marshal Andre asked with a shocked expression. I'm going to establish my divine body in the Iridia sector. David replied without hiding anything. If he wanted to become a god in the Interstellar Federation, the military was unavoidable. The military had equipment to monitor the aura of a god. Once the aura of a god was detected, the Doomsday weapon would be activated. David didn't want to be destroyed by the Doomsday weapon during his breakthrough. Even if it was just a clone, David didn't want to risk it. After all, a clone couldn't be replicated anymore. David didn't even know if he could still replicate the results of the Institute of Immortality if he had the time in the future. After all, he had tried many times before, but he couldn't replicate the results of the Institute of Immortality's clone. There might have been some unexpected changes during the research, but most of these changes couldn't be replicated by chance. Fortunately, David's military power wasn't weak. After becoming a god in the Iridia sector, he relied on his position and the military under his control. Even if someone wanted to deal with him, they would have to consider the existence of the 19th Fleet of the Federation. What? You're going to become a god? Grand Marshal Andre didn't expect to receive such an answer. He couldn't help but raise his voice, losing the steadiness of the number one person in the military. Grand Marshal Andre, I'm a god who cultivated to become a god. I'm different from the other gods in the great world of God. I didn't need to spread my faith. I relied on my own cultivation to achieve my divine body. David explained. Grand Marshal Andre nodded. He understood General David's explanation. From this point of view, General David's breakthrough didn't have much to do with the Interstellar Federation. It wouldn't affect the Interstellar Federation in any way. On the other hand, General David's breakthrough to become a god meant that the Interstellar Federation had a god in their ranks. Of course, General David had never been interested in power. This was the most important thing. Take the matter of the Iridia sector being assigned to General David as an example. If it were any other vice marshal, the first thing they would do after obtaining a military jurisdiction was to seize the power in their hands and place their trusted subordinates in them. Even General David's subordinates, who managed the army, were requested from Grand Marshal Andre. This showed General David's attitude towards power. Furthermore, General David was already extremely powerful. He could have swept through all the forces in the Interstellar Federation a long time ago. What difference would it make if he was a little stronger? Furthermore, General David belonged to Grand Marshal Andre's faction. If Grand Marshal Andre didn't support him, would they become enemies? Don't worry about your promotion. I will pass the order to the entire army. Without my order, the Doomsday weapon will not be activated. Grand Marshal Andre promised. Thank you, Grand Marshal Andre. David smiled and saluted Grand Marshal Andre. After ending the communication, David turned around and saw Major General Morris's crazed gaze of worship. General David's growth was recorded. He was a Federation citizen, not a great world of God. He would also become the first Interstellar Federation citizen to become a god in the Federation. Major General Morris knew that he was about to witness a piece of history, an important piece of history that would be recorded in the annals of history. Major General Morris, I'm going to break through in space. I'll leave safety to you, David said in a deep voice. Yes, General David. Major General Morris replied solemnly. David smiled and left the command room in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in space next to the escort flagship. When he used his talent ability to break through space to reach space, his original body entered the Divine Dimension card and replaced his original body with a demigod clone. Escort fleet, form a battleship defense around General David. General David needs our protection. Before we fall, no one can hurt General David. Major General Morris ordered loudly to the command system. Usually, Major General Morris constantly instilled the idea of absolute loyalty in the escort fleet. Every soldier selected to join the escort fleet would go through a strict examination before they were qualified to become a member of the Deputy Commander's escort fleet. At this time, Major General Morris's order made the 200 battleships move. With General David as the center, 5 defensive walls were formed with the battleships as the line of defense. No matter which direction they attacked General David from, they would have to break through at least 5 battleships to hurt General David. At this time, the 200 battleships did not have any intention of conserving energy. All of their energy was channeled into the defensive barrier. David's original body was in the Divine Dimension card. The Divine Dimension card was hidden not far away from the demigod clone. The 4 demigod clones that had stopped training in the bug world first sent their divine power into the destruction shrines in the bug world. Then, through the transmission of divine power between the shrines of destruction, the divine power was transferred to David's little soul world. David then transferred the divine power into the demigod clone's body to help it break through. David's mind went into the demigod clone's body. At this time, the demigod clone's body was 99% energized. Its entire body was almost made up of the black dragon's power. However, the final 1% of the matter was the final hurdle that stopped one from attaining the divine level. Although the royal inheritance rune in his body could not receive divine power, the divine power from the outside continued to fill his body. David felt that the clone was about to solidify. Its body was completely filled with divine power. The divine power was pushing against the clone's final barrier. Although the clone had a human body, it should be a black dragon's body to a certain extent. This was because whether it was the bloodline or the cultivation method, it was the purest form of the black dragon's inheritance. As a black dragon's body, it was a god-tier life form. It would face the least obstacles when breaking through to god tier. With enough divine power and the best quality of the black dragon's body, the clone's success rate was more than 90%. The last 10% was still taking into account the unexpected. A thunderous sound came from the clone's body. The black dragon's power was colliding with the last substance of the demigod's body. David felt that the clone's body was extremely unstable. The clone was like a container filled with energy. Once the container could not withstand the energy and collapsed, the surrounding warships would be affected. On every warship, the scanners were constantly sounding alarms. The scanners were also reporting to the captain that the energy level had exceeded the limit. Admiral David is breaking through. Don't panic. Our mission is to protect Admiral David from any disturbances. Lieutenant General Radner spoke to all the soldiers of the 19th Federation Fleet. In fact, Lieutenant General Radner himself was shocked. This was energy that could be produced by a human. The data in front of him showed that the energy level had exceeded the red warning line. It had reached an extremely dangerous level. However, no matter how dangerous it was, Lieutenant General Radner and the 19th Federation Fleet had to stay in their posts. They were soldiers, and their orders were to defend. Even if the 19th Federation Fleet was destroyed, they would only sacrifice themselves in their posts. Not only the defense line, but the warships in the Iridia star system also detected the strong energy waves. Lieutenant General Bradford also gave the corresponding orders. The Army did not panic. A crisp sound came from the clone's body in space. After this sound, David felt that 99% of the energy in the clone's body had been converted to energy. It suddenly jumped forward, and the last substance in the clone's body was expelled. All the scanners of the Interstellar Federation's Divine Spirit aura sounded alarms. At the same time, the scanners gave an accurate location. The fleets with Doomsday weapons sent requests to Grand Marshal Andre to use the Doomsday weapons. However, Grand Marshal Andre rejected them all. At the same time, he announced to the soldiers of these fleets that General David was breaking through to the celestial level. General David's position in the army was extremely high. This legendary deputy commander had single-handedly fought against the Zerg Tide. He was a hero that every soldier worshipped. Grand Marshal Andre originally did not plan to announce General David's breakthrough to the celestial level. However, he did not expect General David's breakthrough to have such a huge impact. If he did not make it clear, no one would know if the army would act on their own accord. According to Grand Marshal Andre's judgment, as long as General David did not betray the Interstellar Federation, any officer who wanted to order the army to attack General David would have to consider the possibility of a mutiny. If they attacked Admiral David without any proof of his crimes, a large number of Admiral David's admirers among the soldiers would oppose it, and the crazy admirers would even do extreme things. Following Grand Marshal Andre's announcement that General David had broken through to the celestial level, the Federation's army went crazy. All this while, the Federation's army could only rely on the firepower of long-range warships to maintain its existence in the face of the great world of God and the Zerg world. At close range, the Federation's army had no way of contending against these two great worlds. Now that the Interstellar Federation finally had its own celestial level, every soldier of the Federation felt proud. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.